reduction you may qualify for. Call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Summer's heating up, and so are the deals at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, secure 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 Ram 1500. Or drive away in a 2026 Jeep Wrangler now with 0% financing available. With over 125 new vehicles, we have the perfect car for a road trip or for cruising around. Stop by during our Make This the Summer event to get your next Jeep at 422jeep.com or visit us at 15 DNL Drive, number 100 in Limerick. With approved credit plus tax tag title and any other governmental charges, expire 6/30/2026.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A well-organized home isn't a luxury, it's a practical upgrade. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, garages, and home offices, built to fit your space and your needs. You'll work with a designer, choose the look, and get professional installation, so the project stays simple and the results last. Start with a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com.
Tasty cake and summer just go together. Whether you're packing for family vacations, getting ready for summer camp, heading to the pool, or simply stocking up for busy days at home, Tasty Cake has the treats everyone loves. The next time you're at the grocery store, be sure to grab the baked peach pie, packed with sweet summer flavor, and the lemon cupcakes, perfect for lunchboxes, camp snacks, road trips, and family get-togethers. Easy to grab, easy to share, and always a family favorite. Make Tasty Cake part of your summer. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you suffer an injury, we will work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly old bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower from PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Good morning. So this is Linda Kern sitting in for Dawn Stensland, and you know that if you hear the Elvis introduction played by the amazing producer, Dan, who... Do you have something to say to me, Dan, on air?
I have a bone to pick with you, Linda.
Well, I have a bone to pick with you, too.
No, I have a bone to pick with you first.
All right, go first.
Oh, I get to go first?
Sure.
I just pulled up my YouTube music, which is where I play a lot of this music from, believe it or not. And I looked at my suggestions. Almost every single album that I have suggested to me is now an Elvis album because you come into this damn station so much.
That's a good problem to have.
No, it's not. I don't need Blue Hawaii by Elvis recommended to me.
I think you do.
No.
I think YouTube is trying to fix your music taste.
No. Is this what your Spotify looks like? Is it all just Elvis crap and 3G love songs?
Well, first of all, I'm not going to use that CRAP word when we're talking about Elvis. And yes, a lot of the recommended songs on Spotify or Amazon Prime Music.
How does that work, though? I mean, if you heard the same song 30 times, you really need to recommend it
to you? It gets better every time.
No, it doesn't.
Dan, I have a bone to pick with you.
Okay, go ahead.
What the audience might not realize is a lot of times the producers prep the host. They give you cuts, and it's very, very helpful. They book guests. I do try to be incredibly self-sufficient, and I try to book my own guests. I try to do a lot for you guys.
Yeah.
And but one thing I really don't know how to do is the cuts, because I don't really look at Twitter. I don't look at social media, so I never even know what's out there. So I kind of depend on you guys for the cuts.
Yep.
But
you don't need cuts.
Over the weekend, I sent you a couple cuts.
Where?
And I sent you some
Did you actually send me cuts?
And I didn't even hear from you.
Yeah. Well, I have a child, and I'm coming up on a vacation, so I'm sorry.
Well, I sent you one that Booking.com apparently it has an apartment down on Broad Street they're renting out, and it's all done in Philly Fanatic decor.
Oh, that's crap.
Why do you keep using that word, Dan?
Because I don't want to go to a Philly Fanatic apartment and listen to Elvis.
All right. I'm going to have to give out the call-in number, 855-839-1210, because I'm wondering if there's anyone out there who works for the Delaware River Port Authority. Because coming in today, I was on the Schuylkill, and there was a sign up that said, Ben Franklin Bridge to close July 2nd, make alternate plans. And that sign I saw on the Schuylkill 2-3 times on my way into the city. And when I got in, I Googled Ben Franklin Bridge, and there's nothing on Google. Google does not know that the Ben Franklin Bridge is going to close July 2nd. And what I'm wondering, Dan, is if you're going to put a sign up to all those drivers on the Schuylkill that says Ben Franklin Bridge to close July 2nd, don't you think it should say when it's going to reopen? Because that sign is so open to interpretation. It could be it's closing July 2nd forever, find another bridge. It could be it's closing for an hour. It could be it's closing for that day.
We're tearing it down?
A lot of people are going to be using that bridge over this weekend, and saying that it's going to close July 2nd is just not enough information, and I cannot find it anywhere. I looked on the Twitter. The Twitter. Is that, am I showing my age and my lack of social media use?
Listening to Elvis. Yeah. On the Twitter.
And I can't find anything. All I can find is they're closing it apparently July 11th because it's the bridge's birthday, which that I also don't understand because don't you think
So they're closing it from the 2nd to the 11th?
I don't know. The sign on the
that.
Schuylkill says July 2nd. And if they're closing it on the 11th for the birthday of the bridge, don't you think they should keep it open so we can celebrate the actual use of the bridge? I think the people making these decisions don't understand.
Yeah, let's close it down.
That people have to get places. We have to go to work. We have to, well, I mean.
Why are you so, why do you hate the Walt Whitman Bridge so much?
It's not that it's because, I'll tell you why. I have a terrible, terrible, terrible sense of direction.
Oh, do you?
And if I know.
That surprises me.
If I know how to get somewhere, that's the route I have to use. And if I'm told to go another way, I need very specific directions. I need to get out my GPS. I need to get out. That's on my phone.
So 42 confuses the crap out of you.
It totally.
You got to go like 6 lanes to the left, 8 lanes to the right.
I know exactly how to get to the shore on the Ben Franklin Bridge. And now that there is a sign up on the Schuylkill, and I wasn't going to go to the shore on the 2nd. I was going to go on the
go to the shore
3rd, but I don't know because of the sign. And now that I saw
one bridge is closed.
Well, now that I
Linda's landlocked.
I saw on the internet that they are closing July 11th. I'm wondering if whoever made the sign made a mistake, and instead of writing July 11th,
maybe they thought it was
July
Roman
2nd.
numerals.
I don't know. This is
July
this is
1-1, July 2.
855-839-1210. Is there anyone from the Port Authority who can clear this mess up for the good drivers of Pennsylvania who need to get back and forth to New Jersey for whatever reason? New Jersey, I call it the land of no left turns.
Kevin Poles is calling in. I'm not even going to screen the call.
Does he
know
know bridges?
Kevin, why is the George Washington, where are we, New York?
Ben
Why
Franklin.
is Ben Franklin Bridge closed, Kev?
Dan, do not expect those corrupt, thieving bureaucrats at DARPA to.
What?
Don't give them any brains.
For what?
For saying when it will reopen. Don't give them any credit.
That's true.
Wait, I thought you were going to call in with information for the listeners, not a political rant against the Port Authority.
They deserve it, though, Linda. Come on.
If I wanted to politicize, I would say gregsoccersucks.com. But that stated, Dan, I do have a favor to ask, if you could. Message me on X, that comedian that you filled in with, the guy that was trying to help me with the charity.
Yeah.
To try and get me some tickets for Jimmy Carr and stuff.
Yep. Mark Riccadani, he's a good guy.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'll get that. Get that over to you now,
Kev. Contact info. I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Sounds good, sir.
Excuse me. This is Linda Kearns filling in for Don Senslin. This is not call in to chit chat with Dan on the airwaves. Okay, can we just make that totally clear?
Kev, I'll get to you, brother. Thank you.
If anyone has actual helpful...
LindaKearnsSucks.com. Make it.
If anyone has actual helpful information about this bridge situation, I think that it would be helpful to call in.
So do you not go to the shore if it's closed?
Well, I don't even know if I've ever experienced the Ben Franklin Bridge being closed. No, I can take the Walt Whitman. I can figure it out. But it's just... I'm a very much routine type of
trust
person.
Yourself to figure it out.
And now this is kind of throwing me off a little bit. And the other thing is, it doesn't tell you, is it closed one way? Is it closed both ways? Like, these are all...
That's a good point.
These are all information that they could have put on that
What if
sign.
you get stuck in New Jersey, Linda? That's like your worst nightmare.
Oh, my heavens.
Yeah, could you imagine?
Yeah, because if there's no bridges, there's...
Well, if there's no Ben Franklin Bridge,
do
how do you imagine getting over the Walt Whitman or the Betsy Ross?
I don't even know if I've ever taken the Betsy Ross.
Hotel in Mount Laurel?
I've actually taken the Walt Whitman. I'm not sure if I've ever taken...
You've never taken the Betsy Ross Bridge?
I don't think I have.
Really? Honestly, it's a pretty solid solution. You get down the shore, you just take 73 all the way to the
I know. I get very... I don't understand. I don't get, like, all the
What do you mean?
numbers
How long have you lived here?
I've
entire life?
No, I was born here. I lived most of my life here. I've lived other places for stints, but yeah, I'm not good at directions, and I'm sure there's other people out there that aren't good at directions. I'm sure there's other people out there.
We have a damn GPS in our pocket.
I know.
You can just enter the address and follow directions.
There's a law in Pennsylvania now. You're not supposed to touch your phone when you're driving.
All right, then do you not have a touch screen?
On what?
Your car.
My 2016 Honda HR-V?
With manual?
Yeah. No, I do not have a touch screen.
Sounds like you got the basic package going on over there. Do you have power locks and power windows?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just making sure.
Yes.
It's like a car rental.
Although I will tell you, when I sold that, when I bought that car, I traded in my old Honda Civic that I had for 18 years, and it had a cassette deck in it. So till 2016, I had a car with cassette deck. This car has
all those Elvis cassettes now just rotting in the corner.
Yeah, exactly. This car now has a CD player in it.
Oh wow, you entered 2001.
Yeah, and it has a G Love CD in it. And I don't think I've ever switched it.
2001, 1996, Linda. Welcome. Maybe you'll finally get over Elvis. 30. Oh wait, now it's 60 years after. Sorry.
60 years after what?
He was relevant.
Oh, that is so not true.
Yes, it is.
All right, look.
The 1960s?
We have to be careful because I really don't want the listeners calling in.
By the 70s, he was sweaty and fat, wasn't he?
Oh, Dan, be nice.
Sorry.
Be nice. So today,
do you want your? I did get your Fanatic story. You want to show that apartment, or do you not?
Yeah, I like
baseball
that.
All-Star Game taking center stage here in Philly next month. It's going to be a week of festivities, and baseball fans, if you're planning to attend, you can book a very unique place to stay. Take a look at this. It's being called the Fanatics Fantastic Pad, and you can see exactly why. It's a 2-bedroom apartment near Broad and South Street. It's decked out with Fanatic paraphernalia. So listen to this.
Oh, hold on. I gotta pause
stay in this
I gotta
suite.
pause it.
She said that word incorrectly.
Paraphernalia?
Yeah.
How do you say it?
Paraphernalia.
That's exactly how she said it. You say tomato, I say tomato.
I think that is a great apartment to stay in.
No. My thing is, if you're staying in an Airbnb, other people stay there. Can you imagine what's in that rug of a sofa
so
there?
for the listeners, they have this apartment on Broad Street that they're renting out, and it's decorated in Philly Fanatic stuff. And it's cute. They have a little Philly Fanatic. They have lots of Philly stuff on the walls, but the furniture seems to be covered in that Fanatic green shag rug. And if you've ever been that near the Fanatic, like the actual Fanatic, that costume tends to be a little bit potent as far as the smells because I think it's very difficult to
Fanatic
clean.
stinks.
So I cannot. No,
in the kindest way.
He's the best mascot.
No. I'm saying he's a great man. Like he just actually literally stinks.
Yes. So they have this apartment and they covered all the furniture in this green shag.
Gary says I want to throw up looking at that horrible
rugs.
room.
But I know. I don't know how they clean it between visitors.
Yeah.
I think it's a nice. Well, maybe.
And if you really like the Fanatic and you're hosting it to a couple, you never know what happens on that couch.
Oh, Dan, this is a G-rated show, please. So I think if you're the first person to stay in there, it wouldn't be that bad. Hopefully you could be assured it's clean. But so yeah.
What do you say to the host? Like I want to. I'm only booking it if I'm the first.
Or maybe when you get there, like bring your own sheets and throw a clean sheet over everywhere you see the green
do I need pinstripe walls? Oh gosh.
I think it's cute.
No, but look around their bathroom mirror. They have the same Fanatic fur. It's like all the poop particles.
And your point is, why is this a problem?
Poop patrol? What do you mean? Why is this a problem? Yeah, it says the woman who loves Elvis's bathroom to see where he died on the toilet.
Dan, please be nice to Elvis. Be kind to Elvis. So later on in the show,
I'm going to set Linda off before the end of the show.
I know. Later on in the show, we have coming up Joe DeFelice. He is currently working for HUD, the Housing and Urban Development. He served in Donald Trump's administration in the first term as the Mid-Atlantic Regional Administrator, and now he's back as, I believe his title is Assistant Deputy Secretary, so he got a little bit of a promotion, and he's going to be on at 11:30. And HUD was so kind to send me like a whole briefing memo, but I've known Joe practically my whole life. I don't think I need a briefing memo to interview him, but that's
I wonder what the HUD director is going to think of urban development turning into Fanatic bedrooms.
Well, I don't think that's under HUD's jurisdiction.
No, isn't it housing and urban development? And isn't
but I don't think
development?
they get that into the weeds and how you're going to decorate your house. And I think that's cute. I actually
shag sofas for the HUD?
I have to confess, I actually have a room in my house that's decorated all Philadelphia.
And you don't rent it out to?
No, it's like a guest room. So if you
fair.
sleep in it, it has like all the Philly stuff and pictures of Philadelphia and pictures of the Phillies.
I think that's cute.
Yeah.
But you're not renting it out like an Airbnb.
No.
Putting a shag sofa out there.
Yeah, and I don't have
to
any
use.
shag at all in my house because it gets dirty.
The reason was phased out in the 70s.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a cute idea. So I think you can get that place on booking.com. I don't know how long they're going to have it available. I thought it was a cute idea. I thought it was a cute little thing to do for people to celebrate Philadelphia.
Hey, we do need a break.
We do.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, this is Linda Kern sitting in for Dawn Stensland on 1210 WPHT, and we will be right back after these messages.
With your Cash Reward MasterCard from American Heritage Credit Union, you can earn up to 3% cash back on essentials like groceries and gas, and up to 2% cash back on travel and dining. For everything else, you'll earn up to 1% cash back. Earn a little extra when celebrating our nation's 250th anniversary this summer. Head to AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback to apply today. Insured by the NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender. Not a member? Join today.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation, choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is, and always will be, built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Any appliance retailer can say they offer the lowest prices and claim they deliver the best customer experience. But how do they hold themselves accountable? At National Appliance Warehouse, we use Price Assure to guarantee we're honoring our lowest price promise. We'll expertly help you navigate over 100 brands on display to ensure you select the perfect appliances, treating you like friends or family throughout. And within 24 hours of our skilled professionals delivering and installing your appliances, a National Appliance Warehouse associate will call to make sure you're happy. If your other appliance retailer didn't do that, it might be time to switch to National Appliance Warehouse.
The 4th of July mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save 41% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today. Your freedom to relax starts at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Now through July 12th, save up to $5,000 on new Hot Spring and Caldera hot tubs and receive a free freshwater IQ smart monitoring system. Looking for fitness and fun at home? Endless pool deals are hot. Get 50% off all accessories like an underwater treadmill or aqua bike. Plus, for a limited time, buy any 3 hot tub products and get the 4th for just $1. Visit springdancehottubs.com and make this summer your most relaxing yet. See store for details. Offers end July 12th.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
Experience matters, especially when you're making an investment in your next vehicle. At Lexus of Cherry Hill, they've built their reputation the right way. Veteran and family owned and operated, and recognized as an 8-time J.D. Power dealer of excellence for the customer sales experience. From the refined Lexus RX to the powerful and capable GX, you'll find performance, luxury, and reliability in every model. Visit Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, doing business the right way. For J.D. Power of excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Lockridge, and I'm the host of a new podcast from Odyssey called Family Lore. In this podcast, I'm going to have people on to tell unusual and sometimes far-fetched stories about their families.
I've heard my whole life that she invented the margarita.
And then we're going to investigate those stories and find out how much of it is true.
He gets a patent 1 month before the Wright brothers. Oh my God.
Please follow and listen to Family Lore, an Odyssey podcast available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
And it's Linda Kern sitting in for Dawn Stenslin this lovely Monday, the week of our nation's birthday. Happy birthday, America. This is an exciting week to be here in steamy Philadelphia. It's already 78 degrees. It's going to be a lot hotter when all these tourists get here. What do you think, Dan? What do you think the tourists are going to think of July heat in Philadelphia? Do you think they're going to...
If I could turn on my microphone,
Yeah.
I'd say that they'd absolutely think it's terrible. I mean, where are these tourists from?
I don't know.
That's the question is, what's the July 4th game, do you know?
I think there's all sorts of things going on because...
No, I know, but I'm talking about the World Cup game. Because if we have people coming from Ghana, I don't think they're going to have to worry about 100-degree heat when it's normal,
not, yeah.
you know?
But there's other things going on this week. There's all sorts of
true.
parades and presentations and fireworks.
It's gonna be great. I was gonna say it's gonna be miserable. But.
No, I'm happy.
Are you getting out of the city for it?
I am.
We talked about this last week. Have you made a decision?
I can. Well, I thought I was going to go.
Oh, that's why we're talking about the bridge. Okay.
Now they're closing the Ben Franklin Bridge, so I'm really not sure what I'm going to do.
Gotcha. We don't know yet. W74 versus
in?
W77 for the World Cup. Sorry, I'm still on the World Cup. Who's playing?
Did anyone call and explain exactly what's going
No,
on?
nobody knows.
All right, well.
I don't even think the Port Authority knows.
I would, before you get on the roads.
Should I call over to the Port Authority to find out?
I think before you get on the roads, listeners, just, check this stuff out just so that you don't, get somewhere and find out you got to stop and can't keep going. Dan, I know they talked about it on the morning show this morning, but I saw that, again, Joe Biden was speaking somewhere and then didn't know what to do when his speech was over. Did you see that clip?
I did.
And I got to tell you, I don't understand how this is happening because for listeners who don't know, I actually spoke at a Trump rally. And the Trump rallies are, all the security and everything is obviously controlled by the Secret Service. And it was so well controlled. And once I got backstage, the Secret Service was there. They told us exactly what to do, exactly where to stand. At the rally that I spoke at, which was up in Wilkes-Barre, they had a red carpet that you had to follow to get to the podium on the stage. There was a guy behind the curtain with you telling you exactly when you had to walk out. Once you got out there, the teleprompter tells you what to do, how much longer you have.
Sorry, I'm watching Biden on the screen.
I know. Dan has him up on the YouTube
channel.
I
mean, I've been on stages before. I've been on sets on the ground. A lot of times it's choreographed to the point where they have tape that is in the pointing arrows.
Now, the one I was at, they had a carpet, and this poor man, he doesn't know where to go.
Why?
And I don't understand because the service should be handling that. And because I think the Secret Service is actually very good at what they do, I'm wondering if it's somebody else. I can't believe Joe Biden is letting this happen, his wife. Either she should go out there with him and then lead him off, or...
But if that looks worse.
Well,
you can't lead an old man off the stage by his arm. Come on, honey.
Bad to have him wandering around like that. I'm telling you,
I think what happens is every time they send him out there, they have faith in him, and then they're like, "Oh crap, he's doing it again."
Because they tell you exactly what to do. I stood behind a curtain, and the guy told me how. See the red carpet? He opened the curtain for me. He said, "This is where you." This poor guy.
No, because he looks right, and you see him there, and he looks at that guy you're talking about, and I think he just still is so confused by what the guy's talking. Watch, ready? He's like that way, this way. Okay.
But they told him before he went out there. And
do you think he has a short-term memory issue?
Usually you go out and come back the same way. It's not like they try to trip you up and say, here, there's 3 different ways to come back.
That way, this way?
And I would think that's a security issue, too, to have him wandering around like that.
I mean, if he did walk to the right, he would just be going stage...
Yeah. If he could see someone to the right, I think walking to the right probably wouldn't have been a big deal.
You think so?
But I just remember the service had it so controlled, down to the second, down to telling you when to come out. Those teleprompters you see, they also tell you when you're done and when you have to get off stage. And sometimes it's just, okay, now you're done, get off stage. And then sometimes if you're talking over. They say, that gets louder in capital letters, like, get off the stage now. But the whole thing is pretty well choreographed. So the fact that he just can't get this right is just really.
Can I be that guy? Like, my wife is kind of indecisive when it comes to, picking restaurants. So she has to be like, oh, yeah, let's go get Mexican. And then she'll kind of find her way and we'll figure out a Mexican restaurant. Like this guy, every time he goes on a stage, I feel like he's so indecisive after a speech. He's like, he needs to hear from somebody what he needs to do. But what that kind of reflects on me is his entire presidency. Because I don't think he was making any of the calls. I think every time he had to make a decision, he was looking around like backstage. Like, do I go this way? Do I go that way? Tell me, advisors, which way should I go? Because I don't have my own opinions. That's Joe Biden in its purest physical sense right there.
And why are they still putting him out there? Like, why? Why are they still trying to put him out there? Why isn't he retired? I don't get why.
Well, you don't think it's valid what he said?
Oh, at the speech? What was his main...
Oh, he
middle class built this country.
Let's go.
The middle class built this country, and labor built the middle class. Look, it's not just his deliberate distortion and destruction of NATO, and his choosing Putin as over American allies, or the fact that he's diminished our standing in the eyes of the world more than any president in history has. It's not just his vanity projects, tearing down the east wing of the White House, making room for his ballroom, putting his name on the Kennedy Center, building an arch in his own honor.
Dan, it looks like he's speaking at this Maryland Democratic Party gala.
Wait for it. Here's the money.
Whoa. What a loser.
Call Trump a loser.
Shouldn't they be looking forward and saying, this is who we have up in the midterms. This is why whoever you're going to vote for in Maryland is going to help Maryland.
That was a 60-second clip, and I feel like we got to knock on our listeners' brains to wake them back up. They're so bored by Biden.
I wonder if everyone goes to see him speak because they know he's just going to wander off stage, and they'll be there to see it. I was there when Biden got lost on stage.
Gary says, inject some ice cream into Sleepy Joe's veins. He needs some sugar.
It's
Newman Bryce says, imagine Sleepy Joe in a corn maze. That would be scary. I don't think he'd ever come out.
Yeah, but at least in a maze, it
looks normal that he's
you just can keep. Yeah, he's on a stage with
like
no
the mouse
guidance
that gets stuck
whatsoever.
in a loop. It just goes around in circles.
I know. It's really terrible.
I saw this 5 minutes ago.
So coming up, we have a real treat, right, Dan?
Yeah. Ian McGinnis is going to do a crossover with Linda Kearns. Every Monday, we're joined by Serge Philly, Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis. Frank was all weekend covering from 24 hours almost, pride festivals and protests. So he's kicked out today. Ian's going to sit in studio, bring us through what they accomplished in the past week, and give us a preview of some upcoming videos to see on Surge Media, including some from the New York City Pride Festival.
All right. Well, then we're going on a break now, right? Okay, so stay tuned. This is Linda Kearns sitting in for Don Stensland here on 1210 WPHT.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by Ethos.
Student debt repayment continues to be a political football, so read all of the fine print before you sign up for a federal loan.
And we don't want a moving target at the end of graduation when you're trying to pay these loans back.
Financial advisor Ed Jertson says if you do take on college debt, make sure it's for a major that will give you the earning power to pay it off.
What is the ROI on your education? How much are you putting in and how much are you getting back?
I'm Rob Hart.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The June heat is here, and Philadelphia humidity is officially on the rise. Don't wait for the AC to start working overtime to realize the windows are failing. Call Window Nation now. During the June sale, buy 4 windows and get 4 free. That's right. Upgrade the entire house and get half of those windows absolutely free. Plus, get started with 0 down and no payments or interest for 2 full years. The experts at Window Nation provide a weather-tight seal in just 1 day or less. Beat the heat and save big on those utility bills. Schedule your fast, free consultation today at windownation.com.
This year, America celebrates 250 years, 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now, trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/radio for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to save.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
And we are back. This is Linda Kearns sitting in for Dawn Stenslin here on 1210 WPHT. And we have a very special guest in studio.
Wait, before I go on, didn't I already play this song?
Thank you.
Wait, what did you... Hold on. What did you... I didn't have your microphone on because I didn't want to hear your opinion on this, but...
I said this is a good song.
No, it's not.
I like this song.
No, it's not.
I like oldies.
You
okay?
like
Come on.
Hold on.
Elvis?
Just rewind to find... Old music is what you call it.
The oldies, the golden oldies. Come on.
Okay.
Would you consider this music relevant?
This is a riveting conversation, but there's breaking news. The Supreme Court just upheld state laws that count mail ballots if they are postmarked by Election Day but arrive a few days afterwards. It was a 5-4 decision. Wow. That's a little bit unexpected. Most of the people following this thought that the Supreme Court was going to say, look, Election Day is Election Day.
Mm-hmm.
You can't let these mail ballots dribble in afterwards.
Wait. So you're saying that if it's postmarked after Election Day, they'll
No,
still
it
count
has to be postmarked by Election
But
Day.
if they receive it after.
But arrive a few days afterwards.
Okay.
It ruled against the Republican Party, which argued that ballots must be in the possession of election officials by Election Day. And it was a 5-4 decision. I'm not sure who, this article I'm reading doesn't say who voted for what. I can kind of guess who did it. But the problem with this is if you're going to have mail ballots and they're going to be still trickling in after Election Day, there's going to be questions about the sanctity of the election. That's a huge point for election integrity. In addition, it's not that easy to determine which ones were postmarked and received because the United States Postal Service does not postmark all envelopes. Like, I don't know why people don't understand that. Postmark is just a way to cancel postage. It's not necessarily proof that it was put in a mailbox. But anyway, I'm sure we'll have more of that later. But I want to get to our guest, who I want to introduce to everybody. He's a young man, apparently of Italian descent. His name is Ian McGinnis. Hi, Ian.
Yeah. How we doing, guys? How we doing?
Hold on, I gotta get an Irish song going for this.
Yeah,
guy.
come on. Let me get some. Let me get some shipping up to Boston. Or
something. I can do that. This is the Boondock Saints theme, though. It's like you and Frank
I like it.
out there on the streets of Philadelphia.
This is good. This is more my speed.
Okay,
this
Ian,
and some Elvis.
Ian, why don't you tell us who you are and what you do for anyone who might not know? Kind of like a reintroduction to the audience.
Yeah, so I'm Ian McGinnis. I'm 21 years old. I'm the co-founder of Surge Media alongside my best friend, Frank Scales. He's 23. And for the last year, on July 4th, it'll actually be a year exactly.
Wow.
We've been just going after Democrats, honestly. It's the simplest way to put it. And, not just Democrats. We like to hold the Republican Party accountable too, but in short, we are guerrilla journalists, independent journalists. We support ourselves, and the generosity of everybody who contributes to us keeps us going. So we're 100% independent, and we love what we do, and we just go around to different protests, try to confront different politicians about issues of the day.
And where can we find you?
You can find us on social media, preferably Instagram. Surge Philly, SURGE PHILLY, or frank.scales, FRANK.CALES. And you could go to our website, surgemedia.us.
So when you say a guerrilla journalism, and I think you need to figure out a little bit of a better word for it, because that has like
you don't like it? You don't like it?
It has a negative connotation.
I don't think so. I think the Democrats and the people and these politicians who we go after, I mean, there's no mercy for them when it comes to independent journalism and information gathering.
You interview people on the street, and sometimes when you interview them, you show how little they really know about what things
absolutely.
are supposed to know.
Like Linda when she interviews her producers.
I did the same thing to Dan on Friday because I downloaded the civics question and answers that are asked by the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Service of new citizens. You have to pass this. You have to get 12 out of 20.
Oh,
and I was asking Dan over there.
Senators sit for 6 years.
And he didn't know all the answers. So
listen, civics is a tough subject.
It is for you.
About 90% of eligible voters probably couldn't pass a civics test.
Can I ask though? What were I don't mean to interrupt. Were you going somewhere with the test? Because I just have a general question for them.
For Ian?
Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll go to your question then, Dan.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, okay, it's fine.
No, I just what this whole idea of guerrilla journalism is this something that was born out of the Charlie Kirk kind of assassination idea?
I would say,
I want to underline there is an importance for it, but I think Linda does have an idea here where guerrilla journalism might be a bad term for it, but I think a lot of this type of journalism is what turned young people in favor of, conservatism, because you point out the idiocy of the left.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I would say something that was fueled by the assassination of Charlie Kirk,
Right.
because they assassinated Charlie for sitting there with the microphone, and now the microphone's coming to them, right? So we just like to hammer that point home that, they took out the civilized guy who just wanted to debate and talk and chat and, come to a common ground. And now I think that we need to go to, these politicians, to the people who may have a different viewpoint than us, and we have to just go out there and show that it's quite frankly wrong, and we just need to expose that.
I think with a lot of, or most, if not all of the ideals popular with the left, popular with progressives, if you just ask them to explain it, it's very difficult for them to explain because they don't have a lot of basis in reality and civics.
Yes.
Dan and I are fans of Howard Stern. I listened to Howard Stern when he was first here in Philadelphia because I think his first syndication was here on 94 YSP, I think, in the 80s. And I used to listen to Howard Stern. And he used to send some of his producers out on the street just to ask questions of the public. And it's really amazing what the public comes back with. I remember, Dan, if you remember Stuttering John, he used to just go up to celebrities at the events and say, put a microphone in their face and say, what's your name and what are you famous for? And they would get so angry because why don't you know that I am on this show or I did a movie? So I think it's a great thing.
I think it developed from that, though. I mean, you look at like Triumph the Insult Comic Dog. He was doing it back then, too, or Wolfie from Howard Stern. And it's really developed, I believe, because of social media. You put a phone in someone's hand, you give them the ability to go out into the street, and I think magic just happens.
100%. It's just the unprecedented level of just information sharing now, especially with a fragmented digital landscape where in earlier days you would have to consume media just from one source, like the TV or news station. But now you could just open up your phone and scroll and have 1,000 different people telling you 1,000 different things. So it's important to, key in on what you got to find the truth in a lot of falsehood. You got to find the diamonds in the rough. And I think we're diamonds.
I think you have to be a critical.
I like that song.
I think you have to be a critical thinker, a critical user of media, and I think you have to get your media from different sources, not just go to the one source. Like see something, say that you're posting, and then read about it in a couple different sources, and then form your own opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. And on our posts, we do get community noted, and a lot of the times, I don't think there has ever not been a time where we were vindicated through a community note. So.
Good.
When we post something, and on our most recent post with the clip of, you'll probably see it. I don't want to spoil anything.
All right, well, then let's go to the clip. Should we go to the clips?
Yeah.
All right, Dan. So unfortunately, Ian doesn't have a monitor, and I can't even turn my monitor to him, so I'll have to describe to him what the clip is.
It's all good. I could probably, distinguish it because I edit it all. I edit all the clips and produce it, so I'll probably be able to pick up on what it is just based on the audio.
Yeah, so speaking of your topic right now, I mean, you went up to... I mean, do you want to do the voter ID first?
Yeah, let's do that one first.
Yeah. Go ahead. Introduce it.
Something near and dear to my heart.
Yeah.
So in this video, you got what looks to be Frank and a woman who asks to see his ID.
Yes.
And you're at a very far left protest, and that comes to question, it's something they fight against often, being voter ID. Take a watch.
Journalist, why do you not have a name? Where's your name badge? Where's any information? At least they told me who they were. You don't have any.
So why should I have like a name badge?
Yes, if you're a journalist, if you're any sort of publicist, if that's news, that's literally the law. You have to have that.
So should people have IDs when they vote?
Oh my God, I'm not doing this shit. I'm not. Yes.
I mean, it's a good question, right?
Go ahead. Tell me more about immigrants. That's
So-
what you're gonna do.
So people need journalist ID. Do we need voter ID?
I thought it was a good question.
Linda?
Well, first of all, you're out in public on the street. Why is she thinking you have to show her ID?
Yeah, you're an attorney.
Like this isn't 30s Germany here. Like we have a First Amendment under the Constitution. It's protected, and these leftists are the people who claim to stand for individual rights and liberties. And as soon as somebody who comes with a different viewpoint and stands on those rights, they seem to go right out the window.
So did you approach her or did she approach you?
So what the situation was, she was actually debating with a Christian man. So we thought it was a great conversation, and all Frank did was just get in the middle of it and hold two microphones, and we began recording it. So we wanted it on film, and we wanted to maybe be able to clip it for the people who were debating. And Frank didn't say any words before this. She turned to him and says, "Who even are you? Who are you?" A bunch of obscenities. And Frank's like, and then that's where it led up to her asking for his ID. And he was like, I need an ID. Well, do you need an ID to vote? And, the rest is history.
Well, what I thought was interesting about the clip was the left seems to want to define what a journalist is. And I think it's a way of basically shutting people down.
Yeah.
Like a journalist is somebody on TV. So you can't be a journalist if you're not on TV or whatever their definition is. And by saying, are you a journalist? And then do you have journalist ID? I think that's where she was going with that.
Oh, yeah, 100%. This has been a tactic by the left for decades where they seek to commandeer and control positions of power in institutions, including the media. And now that, like I said, a fragmented digital landscape is emerging with social media, a lot of independent creators and journalists are not having the mainstream media bogus. And, they want to put out truth, information rooted in truth, faith, and accountability like we do.
What was the event? Was this some type of pride event you were at?
This was this was the DC Pride Festival.
Is that why she's in a rainbow outfit and her
Yep.
companion there is in a rainbow outfit?
Yeah, and I will say those are the more tame outfits from that event. I will say.
Next, I want to go straight then to this. Is this a preview for what might come out, this NYC Pride insanity?
Oh, yeah. So the reason why Frank couldn't be here today is because he was up all night in New York City, right, doing a stakeout. And this is all going to lead up to an investigation on Pride organizers. And I don't want to give too much information away. I want you guys to be surprised, and I want you guys to see the full investigation, but it's going to be big. It's going to be big.
So you're investigating
the organized nature of the Pride protests.
Like random people's cars?
So those listening, what we're showing here is a video of Pride individuals just hopping on cars and twerking.
Yeah.
What time of day was this?
Let me see.
Looks like night.
Let me see.
It looks a little dark.
It's
oh yeah, this was later on. This was later on.
Sneezed right on air.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've never sneezed on air before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are they carrying on about?
That's just foreshadowing. There's way more. That's not even a fully produced clip. There's going to be way more. Yeah.
Oh my heavens.
Yeah. It's rough. These Pride events are, essentially public indecency gatherings.
That's a great word for it, because what exactly are they proud of? That they're shaking their booty?
This is the entire essence of it boiled down into one video, right?
Looks kind of fun.
Yeah, for a nightclub.
Yeah, maybe for
true.
Yeah.
What
yeah.
does that one girl's shirt say? I kiss something. Oh my heavens.
They're celebrating, and I don't mean any disrespect to the gay community, but this is degeneracy. Okay, this is degeneracy.
I love is that a guy that comes in and starts twerking?
I don't know. A lot of them seem
You know I hang about at baddies, you know I'm the biggest bat.
Yeah.
What does her shirt say? Oh, I kiss girls?
Oh.
Maybe it says.
Yeah, and there's children around walking. This is a public location. This isn't somewhere where you can just be indecent at. That there's there's laws on the books that protect against those things.
When do they hold the I'm proud to be a heterosexual parade in DC? When's that? Is that this month?
Yeah,
or July?
That's I don't even know if that exists.
And do the heterosexual people twerk around like that and
No.
and have shirts that say I kiss people of the opposite sex?
No,
I kiss my wife multiple times a day. I am cisgendered.
Yeah, like it's the whole Pride movement, the alphabet, coalition, I guess you could call it. It's devolved from, originally being a, just non-political, and, it was still up for debate whether or not it should, Pride events should still be happening, right? But now they've just turned into essentially like degenerate mosh pits, and it's
I think
insane.
that's a good name for it.
Go ahead, Linda.
I'm wondering how you mentioned all the alphabet words, and I sometimes I think someone who's a lesbian and wants to live her life, or a gay person, a gay man who wants to live his life, if they really want to have all those names, all those other letters associated with them, like how did they all get glommed together?
Well, that's something we also noticed on the ground at these protests, or I call them protests because they're not celebrations, I feel like. So,
not anymore.
Yeah, no. So a pulse we got there was that a lot of the, the gay people, like who are, gay men and gay women, lesbians, they some of them support President Trump at these pride events. And, you know, the gay community, the gay men and the lesbian women, they don't necessarily get on board with the trans agenda and, you know, the whole alphabet idea.
It's been hijacked.
Yeah.
I hate to say it. Like, I had some friends over in Kensington, older guys, and we bonded over wrestling, but they were two gay guys. And they were very involved with the organization of Pride when it first started here back in Philly. And they were saying there's rifts in the community. They'll go to the, you know, gay bars and they'll talk. And it's just there's such a radicalization from the far left in the LGBT community of trans people essentially saying, bow your knee to me. You need to. And that's not what they were fighting for.
Right.
And they now they now feel like it's kind of been hijacked. A lot of what they're fighting for is now being trashed upon because it's being asked for too much. And those guys are just like, hey, we just want to live a normal, accepted life. We don't want to be Jehovah's Witnesses. We don't need to be in schools, you know, telling kids that pride is and that's a conversation we'd often have is they were of the ilk that thought for God should be out of the Pledge of Allegiance. And you should take God out of schools and such. And the reason was you shouldn't have religious beliefs infusing themselves into education. And they're now saying, well, what's the difference between the whole idea of Christianity being an education and this new religion of LGBT radicalism?
Yeah, they are making it like a religion.
100%.
And now you're indoctrinating children not in Christianity, but in some kind of anti-Christian, anti-morality that's setting forth in schools.
And this is not just, you know, the Pride example is just a microcosm. This is all throughout the left. This is the Democratic Party being hijacked by the Democratic Socialists of America here. And, you know, all across the country, we're seeing these DSA candidates get in to positions of power, and they're using those positions of power to tear down the system where, you know, traditional Democrats would have tried to, quote unquote, reform that, whatever that may be, you know, try to reform capitalism. These DSA members are trying to completely replace it with socialism. And a lot of the rift in the Pride community seems to be correlating with the same rift of the left, where it's the radical DSA and you have the traditional Democrats. And then you look at the Pride movement, and it's like you do have some traditional gay Democrats, could be Republicans out there. And then you do have trans, you know, lunatics with you know, radical left organizers and things of that nature. So it's all across the left as a spectrum.
You know, Pete Buttigieg is back in the news because he had twins with his husband, and apparently social services visited him. And when he describes it, have you heard him describe what happened? Someone apparently called social services on him and complained about something that he was doing with his children. So social services visited his house. And he has been complaining, and he's using his platform to say that they kind of singled him out as a gay man, and then he was separated from his children, and how horrible that was while his children were interviewed, and it was the worst day of his life, and so forth. But that's the system that's set up. If our social services get a call from anybody, and they believe it could potentially be valid, they investigate. And of course, they're going to interview the children without the parents present. The last thing they want to do is interview the children with the parent present, because then you're afraid that the parent, if he's an abuser, if she's an abuser, will be influencing the children. But he made it like a huge platform, like he was being singled out because he's gay. And I think that they can't even like choose a side. Like first the government's always right, and then when the government tries to do its job because it got a complaint, now he's saying the government's wrong.
Well, what the left is rooted in is this woe is me victim mentality, and they all bond together within that. It's kind of like the island of misfit toys in a way. You know what I'm saying? Because you have a bunch of outcasts in this new left, I want to call it, because the old left was representative of, you know, traditional Democrats, whatever it may be. But now you have, you know, purple-haired freaks going to Philadelphia City Council in full drag. You know, it has nothing to do with actual lawmaking in the city of Philadelphia. It's all symbolic. It's all a soapbox performance, and it's truly, you know, it's unfortunate to see, because if the left keeps moving in that way, how are the traditional Democrats going to, you know, retain power of their party? They're not going to be able to.
Say that. I have a clip if you want to go to it, Linda.
Sure, and Ian, the problem is, though, that these people are getting elected, and your peers are part of the problem. They're the ones elected.
Blame Young.
What clip do you want to
So I have actually, Fetterman was on Fox News over the weekend. It went viral from Saturday, where he talks about a constitutional crisis playing out in the Democratic Party.
Okay.
You want to hear it?
Sure.
Here you go.
Senator Fetterman, I've not heard that before. An elected official saying that they are never going to accept a Supreme Court ruling. That's Mamdani.
For some context sake, this comes from a conversation in which she's talking about Mamdani not accepting the SCOTUS ruling concerning Haitian migrants and their protected status. Take a watch.
Well, I mean, people might remember just in the spring of 2025, now there were a lot of people that were convinced that we were in the middle of a constitution crisis. And I described to the media and other people and said, well, actually what a real constitutional crisis is then if the president defies a court ruling, whether a court or definitely the Supreme Court, then that by definition, that would be a constitutional crisis. And I said, we've not seen one, and I honestly don't expect one. And as far as I know, the Trump administration has not defied any of those court rulings, if you can correct if that's right. And now there was a meltdown, and a lot of the left media was angry at me for just describing those circumstances. But I haven't seen the freak out now that the mayor of New York is now saying, I'm going to defy the Supreme Court ruling. And many of the members in my party are not calling him out and saying, or defend him, or just say, yeah, we really actually have to follow the court rulings, because unless that's a constitutional crisis, when you have the leader of the country's largest city, then we're not going to follow or honor what the Supreme Court says.
Wow, he's on Fox News more often than Rich Scioli.
But no, as a lawyer, I mean, attorney, is he right there? I mean, is this going to be a constitutional crisis? Mamdani does defy the Supreme Court ruling and protects Haitian migrants?
I don't think that it rises completely to the level of a constitutional crisis, only because he's the mayor of New York. It's not a president defying the Supreme Court. And before we get all excited about Fetterman, he may be he's not being a good Democrat, obviously, because he's not towing the party line, but he's not, if anyone wants him to switch to our side, he'd be a terrible Republican. Can you imagine?
Yep, I agree.
He is so left.
I just wanted to mention that, Fetterman, he talks a good game, but he still votes with Democrats around 70-80% of the time.
Sending him flowers.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Just because he comes out and occasionally says, "Oh yeah, Israel's right," or "Hey, this defies common sense," he's still voting with them.
But it also shows you that they're the left, they're so eager to eat their own. Where John Fetterman votes with them 80-70% of the time. And
Ian, though, I know that you're calling the left out, but doesn't the right do that too? Isn't there factions within every political party? And I see it in the right where you're not. They call it MAGA enough, and then all of a sudden you get cut out.
Who's Marjorie Taylor Greene? I've never heard of that name before. Lauren Boebert?
Well, listen, there is things on both sides, but I think it's more prevalent on the left for sure. And I think, as Republicans, as people on the right, we have responsibilities to, come to common ground and figure out solutions to move our party forward. But the left is so stuck in it. And before I get into infighting, yes, the Republican Party has been doing a lot of infighting recently, and it needs to stop. But the Democrats, that's all they do. That's all they live for, is this infighting, the DSA trying to take over the traditional Democratic Party. And if you're not left enough, you get booted right out. And we see this with John Fetterman. He's voting with them 80% of the time, and he is completely ostracized from their party.
All right, well, Ian, I have a question for you, but we do have to take a break and pay our sponsors. Can you stay through the break for us?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great. This is Linda Kearns on the Dawn Stensland Show. I'm here with Ian McGinnis, and we will be right back after these messages.
Life doesn't slow down, and planning your financial future can feel overwhelming. That's where Monastra Financial Group comes in. Whether you're preparing for retirement, managing a 401k, or protecting what matters most, their team offers personalized guidance built around you. With a straightforward approach, they help turn complex decisions into clear, confident steps forward. Take control of your financial future today. Text Mike Monastra at 484-471-4879. That's 484-471-4879. $1,079.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, oh, we're having guests, company's coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You know what I love? American-made products, baby. That's right. It's Rich Zioli. American-made products, and that's what you get from Emmons Roofing and Siding. Owens Corning shingles are made in New Jersey. Certainteed siding made right outside of Philly. Provia windows and doors handcrafted in Ohio. And because Emmons is platinum with Owens Corning, your roof comes with a lifetime workmanship warranty. That's accountability on American-made quality from an American company right in our backyard. EmmonsRoofing.com. EmmonsRoofing.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the Power of One with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
And we are back. This is Linda Kern sitting in for Dawn Stensland here on 1210 WPHT, live and local. And if anyone has an answer about what's going on with that Ben Franklin Bridge, please call in 855-839-1210 because I still don't know. So we're sitting here with Ian McGinnis from our own South Philly export, so to speak, from Surge Philly. Where can we find Surge Philly, Ian?
You guys can find it at Surge. You guys. Oh, is my mic on?
Yeah, there it is.
There we go.
Sorry.
There we go. Sorry about that.
I need a better producer.
Dan's the man. Dan the man. Sure. SurgeMedia.us for anybody interested in looking at me or Frank's work. SurgeMedia.us. This fight isn't free. It takes time, money, and manpower. So please, if you're interested, leave a contribution. Thank you.
So, Ian, the first time I voted for president, I voted in 1992 for no, would have been 1988 for the first George Bush. And when he ran,
sound effects for this.
Excuse me.
Just we're going flashback, background
oldies
music.
music,
Sorry, yeah.
so to speak.
Go ahead.
Okay. In any event, when he ran for his second term, one of his policies, one of the things he ran on, his slogans, He ran all around the country, and this was before, obviously, social media, so you would see it on the news or see it in the newspaper. He kept saying, no new taxes. Read my lips. No new taxes.
Famous last words.
And then he got elected. And what happened?
Yeah, they went up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of think that that was kind of like the downfall of the Republican Party. I'm wondering if we ever recover from that. But is there anything going on now similar to somebody campaigning on one thing and then doing something else in office? What do you think, Ian?
Listen, the whole no new wars, and now that possibly it could be viewed that we're in a new war, I personally don't view it that way. I personally don't view the conflict with Iran as new in any way. They've been, aggressively pursuing nuclear weapons and armaments for decades. And whether it's debated how close they were to it, are they 50% enriched? Are they not enriched? Either way, big risk that we can't take, because look at the situation in North Korea where Otto Warmbier was over in North Korea and he was accused of stealing a poster. And, it's not proven what happened to Otto over there. He was possibly tortured. He came back brain dead. And we weren't able to do anything about it because North Korea is a nuclear armed country. So I would just hate for that to happen in Iran, to a journalist, to somebody of American that has an American citizenship. And we can't do anything about it because a conflict with that country would, could ruin parts of the world.
All good points. But when you campaign and continue to say that I, as president, will not enter the United States in any conflicts, I think you're talking semantics when you start to say that what's going on now is not a war. I understand that Congress hasn't declared war. I understand it's not like a war where we've started a draft or anything, but this is a conflict that I don't think the American people contemplated, and it's been going on way longer than we were promised.
Yeah, so those are all definitely true, right? So nobody likes to see war, prolonged war. But the truth is the military operations that have been conducted in Iran have been extremely targeted. Yes, we've lost some U.S. service members, and we're never going to get them back, and those families are going to be living with that for the rest of their lives. But there is no justification for that. But we need to make sure that we're not ceding ground on the world stage because of something that's unpopular. We don't do these things because they're easy. We do them because they're hard. Famous words of John F. Kennedy. But I view the conflict in Iran as something that needed to take place. Now they don't have an army. They don't have an economic system. They don't have output for it. We control the straits pretty much. They're open. Oil's flowing. And now Iran's defanged, and they can't hold as much power as they did as a proxy for Russia and China now.
But President Trump campaigned no new wars. When this thing started, he said we were going to begin and end. It was going to be very short. I feel like he comes out and gives a press conference every other day. It's over now. It's over now. We have a memorandum of understanding. We're in control, and then something else happens.
My fear is someone like my brother who leans left, and he's like a moderate, and he's a very important voter to capture for Trump in an upcoming election. And he sits there, he says, I don't want to go to war with Iran. I voted for Trump because he told me no new wars.
Yeah, Ian, you have an in-depth understanding of what's going on, and I think the average American probably doesn't. And at this point, we're looking down the barrel of the midterms. And look, you may not know who I am. You may not know how important I am, Ian, but I did represent President Trump here in Philadelphia during the Pennsylvania. I was the lawyer in charge of Pennsylvania for the campaign.
Well, that's awesome.
In the 24 election. So I understand campaigns, and I understand how we won Pennsylvania.
100%.
And we won Pennsylvania not just by getting somebody like me to vote, because I vote every single time, and I'm going to pull the lever for a Republican every single time. I would rather vote for the worst Republican rather than the best Democrat, because I just think that the worst Republican is better than the best Democrat. I think both parties are kind of lunatics, but I think that the Republicans are just slightly better. So, I'm a Republican. But not only did we get people like me to vote, we got the Republicans who don't show up. We got them to vote. We got people who normally didn't vote at all to vote. We got independents to vote. We got some Democrats to cross over. And when you campaign on the U.S. is not going to enter any new wars. And every day on the news, there's something else about Iran, and we're losing our men and women over there. And oil prices are shaky and are going up, and there's no clear resolution to this. It's a little frightening to be going into a midterm that way.
That is 100%. That's my biggest concern, right? Is that, voters, independents, they don't want to get behind this war. And they're not going to get behind this war. And this is, history has a tendency to repeat itself in terms of, voting and stuff like that. We've seen when Obama passed the Obamacare and he lost the midterms and then he lost the White House. So we need to definitely capture independence. We need to make sure we're continuing to do that. And I think in 28, we're going to have a better shot than Obama did in 16 because of how Dan mentioned this before, but who is the Democrats' path to the White House? Is it Newsom? I don't think it is. It has to be AOC, right?
I think we need to stop worrying about who their guy is and worry about who our guy's going to be and what our message is going to be.
It's Rubio or Vance.
I think that we need to start worrying about our message, whether it's Rubio or Vance or somebody else.
I got to interrupt. I want to ask you, because I'm genuinely curious. It hasn't come up yet, though. Do we have any chance with moderates if he doesn't address Epstein?
You mean going into 28?
Yeah.
Or,
and I don't mean to throw that out there, but you look at what happened in this past election. People were pissed off with Biden, right?
People voted for Trump because they thought he was going to go after Epstein criminals very aggressively.
A lot of people thought that Epstein was tied in with the whole Biden control.
Is that the only thing that people voted on?
I think it's big for moderates.
I think one of the ways Republicans win, and this is going to be very difficult for an idealistic person like you to hear, Ian, but one of the ways we won in 24 is because the Democrats put up such a terrible choice. I mean, first it was Biden, who we saw earlier, is still teetering on and off the stage and doesn't know where he is. And then they basically have no convention. And then they have Kamala, who really just never got going and just had gaffe after gaffe on stage. So that was part of the reason Trump won, was because there was no good choice on the other side. And I think going into 28, we need to worry about our message and stop worrying about who they're going to put up. I think we worry who's surging. For example, if Gavin Newsom is surging, it means that the crazies haven't quite taken over the party because he's seen more as like the moderate Democrat, even though he's so far to the left, as opposed to the AOCs.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, it's definitely good points. I guess our side, the right, we have a pretty deep bench when it comes to candidates. Like, there's no shortage of great people that could run and win the nomination. It's not the same on the left. I feel like that has to be accounted for. I feel like in 28, we may see a situation like a 24 where there's just a totally incompetent AOC running a campaign, and whoever they put up on the debate stage is just going to totally wallop her. And, that's just one facet of it.
How many of the voters watch the debates?
Well, probably, I don't know. You would
Watch
know
out,
that.
Linda actually
you would know that better than me. But it's how many people see the clips on social media from the debates? How many people see it on the news? It's not just about watching the full debate. It's the messaging that's prevalent throughout the entire cycle. Like, not just in the election year, but now leading up to the election year. So it's important to take control of social media to make sure that we have this fragmented digital landscape kind of consolidated in a way that we can, effectively push our messaging.
In the 2016 election, I think you were still in middle school.
Yeah, so I was 10.
Biggest stories of the 2016 election, which I don't think is talked about enough, is that a socialist almost won the Democratic nomination and might have won.
Mm-hmm.
Had there not been some backroom dealing.
He did win. Come on.
What?
I mean, he did win if the DNC didn't get
But
involved.
the point is, how did we get to socialism? I mean, I remember Ronald Reagan standing and saying, "Tear down that wall." I remember fighting communism, which is, a form of socialism. So I remember when that's what we were up against. That's what we were fighting. It's in my lifetime. And all of a sudden in my lifetime, half of the country is saying, okay, hey, let's vote for a socialist.
Yeah. And the facts are Bernie Sanders could be viewed as more moderate than the people that they have now.
I say that all the time because I remember when Clinton got elected and Bush lost. Bush #1 lost, as opposed to Bush 2. I remember being so upset. Like, Clinton, he's gonna be horrible, and I did not like him as a president. But now I look back on him and saying, I wish we had a Democrat like that. I wish we had a Democrat who was constantly testing the weather to see what the electorate liked, like Clinton. I mean, we are so far back.
I know how he got there. I lived it. I mean, back in 2011, you had Occupy Wall Street.
Oh, yes.
And I was in college, and I remember everybody was talking about how the system wasn't fair, how you will never get ahead, how we'll never afford a house, we'll never be able to have kids. We were drilled that into our brains back in that time with Occupy Wall Street, fight the power, the corporations get all the power. Out of that spurns what? It spurns socialism. It spurns people like Bernie Sanders. And that was 2011 back then. That brings college kids in after Obama, and you have that whole kind of wave starting to happen. And then over time, over the next decade, you have more college kids go through. When I was in college, I had a professor who was a speech professor. We were just doing speech. That if we made a Twitter and subscribed to Salon, we'd get extra credit. So it started then. It's just a pure indoctrination of kids who don't see a future. They see a bleak future, and their only solution is to get money from the government because they need the subsidies to.
We are the government.
That's what I know.
And these teachers, these professors who are saying, Wall Street's bad, they all are sitting on these fat pension plans that are invested in Wall Street.
Yeah. 100%.
So it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't.
And we need to educate. I mean, obviously, Ian, you figured it out. You got through the indoctrination, but many people don't.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to break through.
And starting out with Surge Media and our journey with that, me and Frank, we were at the Community College of Philadelphia, as some of the listeners may know, and we were actually impeached by our peers for supporting conservatism and Donald Trump and things of that nature. So trust me, I know how bad Gen Z is when it comes to, supporting causes. Let me say that, because a lot of them are coddled. A lot of them view their trajectory as college, after college, this, that, it's all lined up for them, I guess.
But who's paying for their college?
Not them.
And if their parents save money, how do you think the parents save money? They put it in some type of an index fund. And so Wall Street has to do good for that to.
And this is where a lot, I think, of the fight the machine mentality of the left now comes from, is that
using your iPhone.
No,
fight the machine using the iPhone
yes,
that we only have because of capitalism. Is that what you mean?
It's purely, it's idiotic, it's hypocritical, but yet it exists.
Yeah.
So we need to address it. Right?
But I think that's where I want to stop you, because I don't think people recognize that, though. Because in the chat, you have Matt who says, every generation hears the same story. Gary says, confirming as Rush said, mine's full of mush. Rush has been saying that for 30 years. Why the hell haven't Republicans tried to appeal to this need?
Yeah.
That's where I'm at. You have a lot of young people in colleges now for 30 years who are turning to Marxism and socialism because Republicans won't address what they want to hear.
Well, listen, Charlie Kirk, Turning Point USA, they were well on the way of doing that, and they still are. And it was just a travesty that Charlie,
Great point.
He's passed on, and he really was the starting point to countering the indoctrination within the campuses with Turning Point.
And the Federalist Society for years has tried to counteract the left in law schools and has had a lot of success in putting Federalist Society chapters in law schools and even colleges.
Is that like an actual thing where people are going in hoping to indoctrinate students? Because you hear that like CRT, when critical race theory was burgeoning, it says, oh, no, that's only something you hear in law schools. But
No.
at the same point, you're like, well, is that really something you want taught in law schools? Is there a lot of indoctrination happening straight up in law schools?
I learned about CRT in freshman in college anthropology class.
Yeah, but I mean, just from Linda, though, is there an ideological spin for law schools now?
Honestly, and I'm no expert. I went to law school, but it's not like I'm an expert on all the law schools. I think when you go to the those really top tier law schools, they have time for all that philosophy and all that stuff. When you go to more like basic law school that's just trying to teach you the law, there's not a lot of time for that indoctrination. They're teaching you torts and criminal law and so forth and so on. Now your professors are going to tend to be liberal because that's who's drawn to that profession. Conservatives tend not to want to go and teach class and accrue a pension. That's just not how most conservatives want to spend their time. But there are some great law school professors out there. John Yoo, who I just saw was on Fox News earlier, and our good Philly son, he's out in California. I think he's at Berkeley law teaching. So there are some good.
Jonathan Turley's another great one.
Exactly. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So
I actually had the pleasure of meeting him once, so that was a great meeting. Yeah.
Actually, he might not be. Isn't he more of a middle of the road guy who just is common sense?
He's a free speech guy.
Yeah,
He's a free
yeah.
speech advocate, but he tends to lean more towards the right.
Yeah.
In a lot of his works. So he does have a great book out right now. So yeah.
So is your solution to all this social media?
I think it's part of it. I think it's part of the solution. I don't think it's a detriment. I think that we, as conservatives, we need to harness the power of social media. It's been, conservatives haven't really leaned into the social media as much as the left has. And the left has had tremendous success in doing that, energizing their grassroots through social media. So I think we're seeing now conservatives start to do that. We're seeing it all. Me and Frank aren't the only independent journalists doing this. There's Nick Shirley, there's Cam Higbee, there's Nick Sorter. There's a whole landscape of these people. So I think now conservatives are starting to pick up. And Charlie Kirk, again, I need to mention him. He really set that tone where it was like social media is going to get the word out there. Everybody might not see all of your clips, but if they see one or two clips, they like the clip, they're going to see more clips.
Right.
That's the way the algorithms work. So it's not necessarily about just promoting social media endlessly, give all the benefits to the social media companies, let them engineer their algorithms to be more addicting. No.
It's just a way to get your message out there.
It's a way to control the narrative where we haven't been able to because the left and they've controlled the mainstream media institutions for decades. They've controlled the education institutions, the research institutions, everything.
And reaching an audience, a radio audience, like here on 1210 WPHT, right?
100%.
That's another way to get it out there.
Absolutely.
Because I used 1210 WPHT a lot during the 24 election to get out to people who might not otherwise have heard things. So,
There you go. I feel special now.
Yeah.
Being on 1210
Yeah.
And that's how I ended up here sitting. That's how I ended up here sitting in.
I turn on my microphone though just to say I don't know if there's in 2026. I think the inevitability is to grasp social media because I don't know if there's another way to win over the minds of a younger generation.
Oh, I think you have. Yeah, you have to be on social media. Yeah. I agree.
It sucks.
But I am concerned that a lot of these young people aren't getting the message and just don't understand.
That's the thing about the algorithms is they show you what you want to see. They show you what you previously engaged with.
Right.
So a lot of Gen Zers, a lot of younger people, they're not interested.
Really? Is that because this morning Dan was upset with me because he said every time he opens YouTube, it shows him Elvis music. So he apparently doesn't understand algorithms.
You got to stop listening to the Elvis music if you don't want
I
it to
don't
show
do
up.
it on purpose. She's here so much then.
But Elvis is great. Come on.
Thank you.
Just in, Supreme Court has rejected Trump's bid to overturn the E. Jean Carroll verdict. More on that after the break, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, after the break, we do have Joe DeFelice.
There we go.
From HUD coming up. Another Philly native son. He's from the Northeast, though. He's not from South Philadelphia.
Okay.
And DeFelice, he's obviously, his ancestors are not from Ireland.
We love the Northeast, though. We love the Northeast down in South Philly.
Is
Shouldn't he be
DeFelice Polish?
No, I said shouldn't he be Polish being in the Northeast?
Northeast Philadelphia?
Yeah. Well, I guess that's more Puerto
It's
Rican.
all, that's
Yeah.
Northeast is,
I mean, South
a
is
melting
Italian,
pot.
right? What's okay?
South is
Northeast
Italian and Irish. I mean, for the most part,
the
Italian
similarity
down south.
between both places is you don't say
South
what
is
street
Irish,
you live
too.
on, you say what parish were you in.
Yeah, and I mean, Northeast and South Philly vote Republican, so
That's true.
It's great.
In as much as anybody in Philadelphia was.
Yeah.
Well, Ian, tell us where we can find you again, and I won't be here every Monday. The next time you'll come back and see Dawn. But tell us where to find you again.
surgemedia.us if you want to check out our website, or if you want to just check us out on Instagram or Facebook, it's Surge Philly, SURGEPHILLY, or you could check out Frank's account, frank.scales.
And when people see your videos and your posts, should they be liking them and sharing them?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Whatever, you feel compelled to do, but like, share, comment, whatever you want to do. Just do something with it.
And on these pages, is there a way to send money if people want to donate?
Yes, we do have a way to contribute. It's on our website. If you go to our website, surgemedia.us, you'll see a donate button. You could donate. No contribution is too small. 50 cents, $1, we don't care.
Yep, exactly. Because somebody like you, that's how you That's how you pay your bills. That's how you can continue.
Everybody
to do this.
listening, everybody watching, we can't do what we do without you guys. You guys are the main reason why we do what we do and how we're able to continue to do it. So thank you guys very much.
Well, Ian, thanks. I'm glad to meet you. I'm glad to meet you in person. It was nice to kind of go back and forth with you a little. I hope I didn't challenge you.
Oh, no. It was great.
Much.
I love conversation. I love, me and Frank actually started out doing debates.
Okay.
So we've been in way hotter waters. We've been, We've been.
Oh, don't challenge Linda.
No, I don't want. That wasn't a challenge.
You better watch out now.
Dan,
Next time she's in.
He likes Elvis, so he's always allowed to come back. Okay.
Well, you think he's just kissing ass there?
No, come on. No. All
right. Well, we do have to take a break
See
because we have my buddy Jody Felice coming up. This is Linda Kern sitting in for John Senslin on 1210 WPHT, live and local in this very special Happy Birthday America week.
Summer means vacations, road trips, and spending more time on the road with family and friends. Before your next adventure, make sure your vehicle is ready with United Tire's 4th of July sale. Through July 3rd, receive an instant $104 savings on any set of 4 tires, plus free road hazard coverage on trusted brands like Michelin, Goodyear, Continental, and more. It's one of the best tire deals of the summer and a great way to help keep your family safe on the road. Visit your local United Tire today. Don't drive alone, drive United.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here. If you're looking for luxury, performance, and extra savings, well, right now, Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Westchester, and Reading is making your next Acura even more rewarding. Drive home a new MDX and get up to $1,000 toward your first lease payment. That's right. Or choose the Sporty Integra and get up to $450. It's time to upgrade with exceptional offers on 2 of Acura's most popular vehicles. Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Westchester, or Reading, or shop online at piazzaacura.com.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
A few clouds overnight. Tomorrow, not as warm. It'll be humid with periods of rain, possibly a thunderstorm too, with a high of only 76. It's much warmer on Sunday with a high of 84. Possible thunderstorm in the afternoon. Monday, high 89. Mostly sunny.
Wherever you're headed this summer, there's a Volkswagen that's right for you. Get 1.9% financing for 60 months or up to $3,500 customer bonus on the 2026 Atlas or Tiguan. Visit Piazza Volkswagen of Ardmore, Langhorne, or PiazzaVW.com today.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
And welcome back. This is Linda Kern sitting in for Dawn Stenzlin here on 1210 WPHT live and local here in Philadelphia in America's birthday week in the city where it all started,
birthday,
in
America.
Philadelphia.
You got a compliment.
Uh-oh.
Linda.
What's the compliment?
From Jimmy Minnelli, who's one of our regulars on YouTube.
Yeah?
Lovely black dress, Linda.
Oh. Oh, because they can see me on YouTube.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
What do you mean? Oh.
When you say I have a compliment, I just never know what it's going to be.
Yeah, no, it's serious. He was complimenting your black dress. It's lovely.
Well, speaking of live and local, we have one of Philadelphia's best productions ever. And his title is, let me get it right, the Assistant Deputy Secretary and Regional Administrator of the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, Mid-Atlantic Region. So right now on the phone, we have calling in Mr. Joseph DeFelice. Joe, are you there?
Yeah, Linda, I'm here.
Hi, Joe.
How are you?
I'm good. So the first thing I want to ask you is your aunt listening? Because I know she's a big fan.
You know, I didn't tell her about it. I should have, but she listens every day, especially to Dawn. And if you're subbing for Dawn, she's listening to you. But I did get a couple texts on Friday from people that said they heard you mention me, so they'll be listening in.
Oh, good. Okay, yeah. Because
Lisa Greco. Lisa Greco texted me, so she's listening. She's going to hear her name.
Okay, so Joe, I really do want to talk to you about HUD. And someone from HUD was nice enough to send me this whole interview briefing memo, which I thought was kind of funny because, do I really need Cliff Notes to talk to Jody Felice?
Talk to me?
Yeah.
No.
But I do want to ask you a live and local question, which is, you have a Philadelphia accent just as bad as mine, and you go all over the country. I mean, does anyone ever say anything to you like, dude, what are you saying? I can't understand you.
All the time, especially when I do calls with our national team. But it's weird because a lot of people don't know the Philly accent, so they can't place it. And I do a lot of work in Baltimore, and it's very similar to the Baltimore accent. But, people think it's New York. They know it's not Boston, but they know it's somewhere in the Northeast. They just can't place it. A lot of times I'm asked to slow down or repeat myself.
Exactly.
He's got an assistant saying, what the heck is water?
Yeah.
So when it's time for lunch, do you ask for a hoagie, and do people say, what are you talking about?
You have no, so that's the one great thing about this job is I get to experience all the food, but I can tell you one thing, Philadelphia probably has better food than anywhere in the country, and I think it's probably the most underrated food city in the country, and I'm still mad that Top Chef hasn't been to Philadelphia yet because I think they've been to Savannah twice, so...
All right, there you go.
That's
If
a whole
anyone
nother
from
thing.
Top Chef is listening. All right, well, let's talk about HUD because that's how I did book you, and they gave me this nice, single space, full page of everything that's going on at HUD. So why don't you tell our listeners what's the most important thing that's going on at HUD now?
So Linda, just as a backtrack, so I kind of have two roles at HUD. One is regional administrator, which serves as the separate secretary's representative, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, West Virginia, and D.C. But in my role as Assistant Deputy Secretary, I oversee all the regional administrators, so I oversee HUD's 64 field offices. Major issue that's happening on a national level, everybody's talking about, is the issue of housing affordability. So what we did after consultation with the Secretary and the Deputy Secretary was task all of our regional administrators, our deputy regional administrators, and our field office directors to go out into the community to specifically focus on housing affordability and what is impacting housing affordability. We're having discussions. We kind of understand what's going on at the national level, but we want to get down into the community level to find out what's happening locally. So I've recently hosted roundtables in Baltimore, in Morgantown, West Virginia, in Reading, in Easton, in Coatesville. I'll be doing one today, believe it or not, in tomorrow in Jacksonville, Florida. Really to kind of what's impacting it. And it's kind of some of the stuff is really interesting, right? So you're hearing about the golden handcuffs, as people have been calling it. I never heard that phrase before, but I've heard it a lot in the last few weeks, where people are locked into really low interest rates and they have more house than they need. But their issue is they don't want to kind of get out of that house to get into something with a higher interest rate and a smaller footprint. So
right.
That's
I mean,
one
Joe,
issue
that's because, so many people have interest rates at 2% and 3%. And then now what are interest rates? They're at 6%. So why? Yeah, they don't want to sell their houses.
Because they're going to essentially pay more to essentially have less. And for their sake, they might as well. So I think that's really impacting inventory. But what we're really finding at the local level, especially as it comes to, building new housing, we're trying to slash as many regulations as we can at the federal level, but we can only do so much. We need our local partners to really help out here. So zoning issues, permitting issues, environmental issues. Philadelphia, we have there's councilmatic prerogative, things like that, things that really come into play. And then when I was in Easton, I didn't realize, I guess I realized it, but I didn't realize the severity of it is the amount of New Yorkers that kind of left Manhattan, but they're still teleworking or they're going in once a week, but they're living in, the Lehigh Valley. You're up the mountains, right? You probably see a lot of New York tags up there.
Absolutely, yeah.
Easton, Bethlehem, Allentown, a lot of them. So they're coming in with the New York salaries, raising the cost of living. In West Virginia, in the Eastern Panhandle, same thing, people coming in from D.C. It's become a bedroom community at D.C., so they're bringing, those D.C., Northern Virginia salaries with them to the Eastern Panhandle and, raising. So we're just trying to figure out what is happening at the local level. We've done, we hit at least 30 roundtables in 30 states. We've done more than that, but we've hit 30 states. By the end of the summer, we're going to have, we'll have hit every state twice, both rural and urban, suburban, to find out, what's impacting housing affordability. And we're going to be sending a report up to the White House. So that's on the front end of what we're doing. Really trying to get down into the community as much as possible. We're doing everything we can at HUD, slashing regulations, ferreting out fraud, waste, and abuse, things like that. But, it's really talking to members on the ground that are doing it. We're talking to lenders, we're talking to realtors, we're talking to developers, we're talking to landlords. Hey, what's impacting you? What's driving the cost?
And President Trump recently signed an executive order banning large institutions from investing in single-family homes. How will that keep the price of my home down or your home down?
Because it opens up the competition at that point, right? So if they're not just and it also increases inventory, right? If Linda's selling and Joe's selling and Bill's selling and they're selling to individual buyers. But if you have big groups coming in and snatching it all up, it decreases inventory and raises prices.
Okay, and President Trump already signed that, right? So that's
he already signed that. So and that's moving forward kind of as we speak.
And how about opportunity zones? I hear that a lot when I hear about HUD, but I'm not quite sure what that means.
So all right, so I can give you. I call it Opportunity Zone 101. Linda,
by the way, Joe, you are not holding back on the Philly accent. I mean, you are full force here. But go ahead.
This is my wife says I play it up. This is, but I think she just likes to rag on me. But this is my normal voice, right?
I'm teasing.
You talk to me all the time. You know how I speak.
I know I'm teasing. Okay, so tell us about opportunity zones because Joe, you and I say the same thing that when you elect a president. You're not just electing a president. You're electing all the people in the administration, like you, who were appointed by the president. And this type of stuff is important to voters.
Yeah, so Opportunity Zone 101, someone goes out there, they sell a piece of property, they make $1 million, they have to pay capital gains. If it's over a certain amount, it's 20%. But on that $1 million, they can turn around and pay. They could take that $1 million, keep $800,000, and pay $200,000 to the federal government. The way opportunity zones work, if they took that $1 million and they invested into a fund, which turned around and invested into a property or a business, they could defer paying on that gain for, 5 years. Well, the new bill's 5 years. It was 10 years, and they get a deduction on it. So they could get a 15% deduction. So they'd, instead of paying, $200,000, they pay $170,000, but they pay it 10 years from now, which is a nice little taste. But the beauty of it is any gain they make on top of that original gain. So if they were to make $4 million on that $1 million, they would go tax free on that $3 million. So rather than paying, what would be $600,000, they wouldn't pay anything on that $3 million. Why does that matter? It's a way to get federal, non-federal dollars, non-taxpayer dollars, private capital into communities in need of revitalization. So, right now, tomorrow, governors can begin selecting Opportunity Zone census tracts for Opportunity Zones 2.0. It was passed as part of the Big Beautiful Bill. The first one came out of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. That expires at the end of 28. But part of the Big Beautiful Bill comes out right now. So Treasury will nominate, X amount to every state, or they'll set the criteria for every state. So Pennsylvania, they have 800-plus tracts to choose from. They get to pick 25% of those tracts. And governors can start submitting those tomorrow. And there's a carve-out for rural versus urban. There's more benefits if you put into a rural area, because last time around a lot more money flowed to urban areas. Fishtown, specifically the Battery, is right on the edge of Fishtown, sits on the Delaware River. It's a former coal power plant. Totally revised, $154 million of opportunity, which would have sat blighted but for Opportunity Zone. So what it's doing is it's created over 1 million jobs, over a couple $100 billion in investment. The city of Erie, Pennsylvania alone saw over $1 billion in private capital flow into that area, and it's a way to redirect private capital to create jobs and create opportunities. So that's essentially Opportunity Zones. In a nutshell, we're going around the different communities, rural areas, urban areas, in some instances, some suburban areas, to kind of, inform them. I mean, we're about 7-8 years, we're about, 9 years in the Opportunity Zone 1.0, and people really are still trying to figure it out. So we're trying to really get ahead of 2.0, because they will take effect. They have the governors have from July 1 till the end of September to make their selections. And, they'll take effect January 1st of this year, of next year. So people can start putting private dollars in. And, we're just seeing, I was in Yard 56 in Baltimore. It was a former, you remember Howard Johnson's hotel? They used to make ceramic toilets and things for Howard Johnson. It sat blighted for 20 years. Windows knocked out, graffiti everywhere, and just an eyesore on the neighborhood. And, what they did was they put $56 million in Opportunity Zone investment there, another $30 million in new market tax credits, and layered it in with private debt, created 200 market rate apartments, 4-story medical office building to complement the Johns Hopkins Bayside campus, and then 20 retailers. Of those 20, 10 were local. So think of all the construction jobs created, think of all the full-time jobs created, and now they've also were able to get rid of blight and an eyesore and an environmental nightmare and become a new town center for section of East Baltimore. So that's just a little bit of what we're seeing out there. So we're trying to go out and heavily promote these more and more, because the federal government can only do so much, the state government can only do so much, the local government can only do so much. People don't always want to see their tax dollars going to this project or that project. This is a way to get private capital and let the people that do this stuff the best lead rather than the government.
Joe, I feel like HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, isn't a cabinet position that you hear about a lot in the news. And honestly, like with this administration, thank heavens, because, heads are rolling in other cabinet positions. But I also feel like you're the workhorse of the administration, because I don't think everyone realizes how important your department is.
And listen, that's all because of our secretary, Scott Turner. Other than the fact that he played for Washington, which, I mess with him all the time about, but he sets the tone for all of us, and our position in Opportunity Zones were really started under Dr. Ben Carson and Scott and Secretary Turner as part of the White House Opportunity and Revitalization Council of 2017. Secretary Carson was the chairman. Scott Turner was the executive director. So now with Scott leading HUD, we've essentially worked to coordinate other federal agencies. So when we're doing these roundtables in these neighborhoods, it's not just HUD coming to the door. It's HHS, it's SBA, it's GSA, it's energy, it's transportation. We're bringing a lot of other federal agencies with us, Department of Labor, to talk about and we are offering preference points. That's one thing that we're doing at the federal government level. If there is a project going on, you'll get preference points if that project's happening in an opportunity zone, which means if Project A and Project B are competing for the same competitive grant, but one is in, and they have similar applications, but one's in an opportunity zone, the other one isn't, they'll get points towards the one in the OZ as a way to kind of give, it's not extra federal funding, but it's a lift up to drive investment into the OZs. And that all comes from our secretary who coordinated that in 2017. And we've just picked that ball up and running again. Once the big, beautiful bill passed almost a year ago today, July 4th, 2025, we started immediately, started having regular calls with our other federal partners and figuring how we coordinate together to become a one-stop shop for our constituents.
And Joe DeFelice, this is your second tour with HUD, right? You were in the first Trump administration. Yeah, I served as a regional administrator on the first Trump administration. I did a brief stint in my current role as acting assistant deputy secretary, but now I'm wearing both hats. But I've assembled a good team around me. Patrick and Adam have asked me to say hello to you, but we have a great national team with Patrick and some of our team out of headquarters, but we've assembled a really good local team, and we work well. I work out of the Philadelphia. I'm in D.C. somewhat regularly, but I work out of the Philadelphia regional office, and we have a really great team in the Philadelphia regional office. Yeah,
so
just so the listeners understand, during the election in 2024, Adam was one of the staff members on the campaign, and when all those posters went up at the bus stops with Kamala Harris and Eagles at the bus stops, I sent poor Adam around he was my man on the ground, and I made him go to all the bus stops and say, are these taped up or are they inside or what's going on? So for the listeners, that's how important Adam was to me on the campaign, and now he's at HUD. Go Adam, and Patrick, he was awesome too. They were both great.
But yeah, Linda, I mean, we have a really good team, and actually, to be honest with you, I think my position in Philadelphia, being in Philadelphia, has helped as well because we've brought a lot of our national partners. Secretary Turner has been here. Assistant Secretary Ben Hobbs, who oversees public and Indian housing, he was here 2 weeks ago. It was been a major signing event with the Philadelphia Housing Authority as part of our Work and Dignity Coalition, which is allowing housing authorities to set work and/or work requirements and/or time limits on the residents. It's a rule that's currently going right now, but these are just housing authorities. That's the largest housing authority in the country that is signed on, because our mindset is Secretary Turner says it all the time, public assistance was never meant to be, a hammock. It was always meant to be a trampoline. And that's what we're trying to take, those housing dollars, but wrap them around with self-sufficiency programs and get people into the trades and figure out, jobs that really can get people up and out of poverty and really break that cycle of generational poverty, which we've seen plague not only our large cities, also our rural areas across the country.
Well, Philly is very proud of you, and I know your aunt who's listening, I'm sure, is also very proud of you. I guess your mom is probably listening, and she's proud of you. So, Joe, you're like our best export here from Philly. And I get to still be here every single day, except for today. I'm in Jacksonville. But
Joe,
it's
98 degrees and humid out here.
Well, it's 82. It's going to go up to the 90s here in Philly. But, Joe, when you go around to all these other areas, what do you do about the fact that you're an Eagles fan and they're not?
I own it. I own it. It's funny. I'm going to be with the mayor of Jacksonville tomorrow, and essentially, I have to tell her I have a love-hate relationship with the city of Jacksonville, and both of them are Eagles reasons. Love because Brian Dawkins was my favorite player of all time. I have a 26-year-old Brian Dawkins jersey that I wear every Sunday. But hate because this is where we lost to the Patriots after the 2004 season. So I'll be mentioning both of those things tomorrow.
Well, I hope you just dispel a lot of the myths that are out there. Like, I know that Philly Eagles fans have a reputation, and they say, "Oh, Philly Eagles fans threw snowballs at Santa Claus," but it wasn't the real Santa Claus, and I think that gets lost in the story when people talk about it. That was just some guy dressed as Santa Claus. So sure,
It was a fan. The real Santa Claus canceled, so they found the guy in the stands and said, "You mind walking out on the field?" And the guy was like 110 pounds. The suit didn't fit him, and it was an embarrassment. So I mean, I'm not obviously promoting bad behavior, but at the same time,
in your official HUD position,
what I'm trying to do is just correct the record.
Thank you, Joe, because you are one of Philadelphia's best ambassadors, and we really do appreciate it.
Linda, I appreciate you having me. I always love talking to you, and I love listening to you. Which I know the guy was complimenting you, and I was going to say, man, normally I just give you backhanded compliments, but
I know, Joe.
Today
we have a tough relationship. I mean, Joe, you're not nice to me, but you're kind of like my brothers. They're not nice to me either, but I know they always have my back like you do. Well, thank you, Joe, for talking. Joe DeFelice, thank you for talking to us about the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and I hope you'll be on next time I guest host.
All right, Linda, thanks so much for having me. We always appreciate having you.
Have a great day in Florida, and hi to your aunt. And this is Linda Kearns here, sitting in for Dawn Stenslin on the Dawn Stenslin Show here on 1210 WPHT. I promise you live and local. Could you get any more local than that? Hearing Philly's own best son, Joe DeFelice, out there working for you at the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Happy birthday, America, this week. And thank you, audience. Thank you for letting me sit in for Dawn.
You still got one more segment with Dom next.
I'm not even sure. Now I'm getting text from Henry saying come on at 1, but I can't sit around here until 1. I don't know what
these... going to come on at 1?
You producers need to get a little more organized. I'll sit in the other chair. I'll hear what they want, and then we'll do that, okay?
All right.
All right. Well, have a great afternoon, everybody.
All right. See you later.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
Dawn Stensland here. You know my guys. Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning, veteran founded, live by the motto, freedom isn't free, and supporters of our Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon. AC season's here, so call Marvin E. Cann's for your AC tune-up. If you need new equipment, Marvin E. Cann's will donate $100 to the Travis Manion Foundation. Proud installers of Train, TRANE. Hard to stop a train. Go to my guys, MarvinECans.com, MarvinEKanze.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
On our nation's 250th Independence Day, ask yourself, are you truly financially free? At Crash Proof Retirement, we help Americans break free from market risk, financial stress, and the fear of outliving their retirement nest egg.
Mark Denner, this is my wife Mary. We started with Crash Proof Retirement in 2023. July 4th should serve as a reminder to everybody that when you're retired, you want to be independent from worries of the stock market. Crash Proof Retirement has provided us with financial independence from the volatility of the market. We could sleep easily knowing that we were going to make 4 or 5% minimum without the risk of losing money in bad times.
This summer, while some people may be worried about their finances, I know we're financially free from any worries through Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, July 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Well, Lorenzo, the pitch looked good.
Yeah, so green.
USA keeper was decent enough.
Didn't have much to do.
99 minutes.
Not a single goal. Well, Bet365 sure came through, though. I bet $10 and got $150 in bonus bets. just for signing up.
At least someone scored. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
If clutter is costing you time, fix it right away. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, and home offices. Schedule a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. Closetfactory.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com. Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Horizon Home Services is here to make taking care of your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical systems feel as simple as waving a wand with Comfort 360, the whole home protection membership. For just $19.99 a month, make getting maintenance, repairs, and replacements easier with 2 HVAC tune-ups a year and waived diagnostic fees with repairs. Plus, members get exclusive savings like 15% off any service. No magic spells required. Live comfortably ever after with Comfort 360. Learn more at horizonservices.com/Comfort360.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
End of the time along the progressive line, says Keegan most of the time, and Sotomayor certainly, the wise Latina, is going to vote that way too. Coney Barrett was a miss, the bigger miss, because she seems to want to appeal to the Roberts sensibilities. The biggest miss was George Bush. To the manor born and a guy who screwed up in so many ways. Remember, he wanted to put his Dallas real estate lawyer into the game, starting with the starting 9, and Sammy Alito was on the bench. That would be like if I have Henry on the bench, and they want to put some guy who shows up here from Buffalo or something to produce. What the hell's going on with that? Yeah, but he's produced in Buffalo. Shuffle off to Buffalo. Get out of here. You're not ready for the big time. Sammy Alito, one of my 5 favorites of all time. Now, it could be because I've interviewed him 7 times, too. There's that, and Mrs. Alito goes after a lot of these people. All right, 855-839-1210, you get on board. So what we have here, the expansion of presidential power in the one decision that the president can fire a lot of these, the fourth branch of government people, but not the Federal Reserve except for cause. Remember that case? Well, what we have in the main decision, 5-4, Roberts and Coney Barrett wrote it. Coney Barrett says this decision upholds a Mississippi law allowing a 5-day grace period for late arriving ballots. These are not military ballots. Military ballots are one thing. You know, whatever the military ballot gets here, because of the difficulties, they're in a war zone, whatever it might be, the military ballots should count. So let's not have the Democrats conflate that. We're talking about people that just don't want to go and vote on Election Day. Okay, well, then you have to get your ballot in on time. No, you don't. 5 days now. Picture California with this. How long they can be counting then. The same thing that we've seen. So, of course, she had the three progressive nitwits, Johnny Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett, 5-4. She's a miss, a big miss, and a problem forever. Can't miss with the Supreme Court. I'm kind of surprised based upon everything I knew going into this. We miss, they don't miss. How many times have we done that? Remember Justice Souter? We had to have some guy with no background. Remember what he did. Remember the first female, Ronald Reagan, touting that on the Supreme Court. She became the 5 in the 5-4. On and on and on it goes. All right, so again, Alito's dissent. He maintained that the traditional definition of an election on a single day requires ballot collection to end on that day. Absolutely. And he also said this is going to seriously undermine how people are feeling about the integrity of elections. And every time we try to hold the line on this, talk about the integrity of elections, talk about, hey, if you want to win, we have to vote by mail-in ballot too, we end up with ridiculous decisions. And I bet if we go back, whenever there's a slow count, which party does it favor? Let me ponder that on the Dom Show for a moment. Which party has it favored whenever we have a slow count? Now, I was on with Rich, I remember, on election night in 2020, and then there was a pause. You know, you may remember Trump was ahead, but I knew the mail-in ballot was coming, but they just started the count, stop the counting. Now, 5-day period. You know what they're going to do here in Pennsylvania if they take over, if they have all three offices? Stacey Garrity will be here today in the 1 o'clock hour. A lot to catch up with Stacey. So we're waiting to see the big trans decision, the birthright citizenship decision, which I don't have a lot of hope for given how this court ruled here. But Amy Coney Barrett is a miss, is a big miss, and I think Alito's onto this. By the way, you might think that Mississippi is a Republican state. They are, but they voted against school choice. These are beyond rhino Republicans in Mississippi. That's why they came up with 5 days. Not even 3 like it was here. 5 days. So how are we going to feel when 5 days later we say, oh, yeah, Democrats won? Yeah, but what was the election? When did that election happen? 5 days. That's what we have. Scott Presler at 2 today, the Save America Act. We have an NBC reporter over the weekend saying that no way is this ever going to pass. These Republicans just won't go for it. Well, I think Scott was out in South Dakota, and they refused to allow him into a Thune event, even though he was heavily credentialed, and then there's the hair and the height and everything else. You might know who he is. I want to play you, though, one other aspect of this, and it kind of gets into the side question day. This is cut 8. Here's Senator Mark Kelly blaming Trump for the lack of joy over America's 250th birthday. You know it and I know it. There's not this huge excitement over this. And when you have people like little Mikey Sherrill and Joshie Shapiro not allowing New Jersey to have an exhibit there on the National Mall, thank God for Van Drew and Mike Donahue over in Cape May County jumping in. Jersey has one now. And thank God for McCormick and Fetterman jumping in together. Pennsylvania's going to have one. These rotten, miserable people, Shapiro, Mikey Sherrill, are just amazing. The level of spite they'll go to and the spiteful mobs that are crying for blood in the streets that love this. Yeah, Trump's not going to have an exhibit from Jersey. That might be the side question today. Be ready. Here is Mark Kelly, Senator Kelly, cut 8.
How does this all look at America 250, which the celebrations itself are being politicized?
You know, we are clearly very divided.
Yeah.
Americans are not optimistic at this point. Congress is deeply unpopular. My view on this, and I'm sure, Todd might disagree, is that we have a president that looks at every opportunity, not as an opportunity to bring the country together, but to further divide us.
Okay, and what are Democrats doing? I can't even begin to pronounce the three names of that Chevrolet woman who's in New York. That's just going to be. And how about Mondani? Did you guys see this? What did Mondani do over the weekend that was kind of noticeable? Henry, did you happen to see what he did?
I did not know.
Kirk, how about you?
Jumping in the pool with a
Yes.
suit on.
He jumped into the pool, a Goodwill
Pool suit.
suit to publicize them with the kids. He jumped into a pool, open swimming in New York in a full suit. That's socialism, baby.
Right.
Now, the all-time guy opening the pools, listeners here now, and you guys probably don't even remember. I mean, he was an all-time mayor, Mayor Ed Rendell.
Yes.
Who looked like a bear going in there. The hair all over the back, and they shaved it allegedly before that. They still could.
It's gross.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
if you look at a picture, you will not believe. And when Ed Rendell did a cannonball with those kids, oh, my God. I give him credit, though. No shirt, nothing. Bang.
Yeah, maybe he should have considered the suit that day.
Yeah, maybe the suit. That would be a good side question. Who should consider a suit if they're jumping into a pool? But Mondani goes nuts with the Goodwill suit and thanks Goodwill after ruining their suit and jumping into a pool with kids. All right, let me give you the side. Coming off the fact that New Jersey does not have an official, I guess, exhibit at the National Mall. Thanks to the Cape May County people, Mike Donahue, and all the office holders there pitched in, and Jeff Van Drew. They have an exhibit, I think, of the Jersey Shore and the idea of vacationing. All great. But these spiteful people wouldn't do it. We are looking for anything associated with Jersey that you would put into that exhibit space. Now, think outside the box. It could be negative, too. Because there's a lot of, negative with a tongue-in-cheek. Negative is fine with this, too. But I got this idea when I saw the postings about this over the weekend. And the claim is, and I looked it up, and it seems to be real, that the first time the American flag was flown in connection with troops or anything else was in Jersey in a battle. Also, New Jersey lays claim to the first public reading of the Declaration of Independence. My point is, Jersey, of all places, is at the heart. Now, Philadelphia more so, but Jersey, a lot with the American Revolution. There is no doubt. So I would take those two things off. As a person, I would put Sinatra in there, Hoboken, the Jersey tomato, and a pleasing accent. No, I couldn't say that. The accent is murderous. So we're looking for people, places, things associated with Jersey, springboarding from this exhibit? It could be a negative one, too, like corruption, definitely. Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, I'll take two things off the board.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a sense of pride in where you went to school in Jersey. I feel like when you go down the shore, especially, wherever you go, whatever shore town you're at, they're always flying flags of whatever alma mater you might have or whatever your kids might go to school. So I feel like there's a big pride in where you went to college. And then the other one I'll take off is how about spending $10,000 of the taxpayers' money to make the hazelnut the official state nut?
We got to get that guy on. Yes, that guy is pure Jersey. The guy was debating that. Yeah, and then they did a $6.5 million buy of hazelnuts.
Right.
After they declared it was the state nut.
Yep.
Man, oh, man. And they're doing the budget this week. Oh, my God.
Don Fantasia. I wonder how much is going to nuts.
yeah, right now. Or the Kenitra guy gets more fired up than Don Fantasia. How about you, Kirk?
I'm going to go with two myself. I'm going to beat out Zeno's. Classic Don Diner.
Yep.
And I'm also going to go with we all talk about the gas station. Gas station pump right in that exhibit, and no one's going to touch it. You have to wait to
under
pump
glass. That's right. Yep. Do not break glass in case of emergency. You can't pump with
exactly
this.
Right. Yep.
And the rule now they put in where you can't say fill it up. They don't like that. They passed a regulation. You have to tell them the amount.
What?
Yeah. He's right.
Yeah.
Since when?
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's about a year.
Something like that, yeah.
I said fill them up in Jersey after Mulligan's.
Oh,
I stopped at a gas station. I was like, fill them up, and I went inside.
And then, it's broad daylight, too. It's at the Wawa in North Wildwood. The guy said he had to collect the money before he filled it up.
Yeah, that's right.
It's an endless cycle. Now, there's something about they want the dollar amount. I'm not sure why. Rather than fill it up. They're protecting you.
Oh, like I'm doing that math? Yeah, no thanks.
I'm serious. All right, so Jersey. Think of a person, place, or thing. And as Amy Coney Barrett, we're going to talk to Linda a little bit later on after she has a chance. She was on the air to read this dueling opinion, Amy Coney Barrett versus Alito here. And again, they don't miss. They did knock down a president's appeal on the Kerr verdict, too. Remember that, the defamation and all that. So the idea the Supreme Court is just going to do whatever Trump wants is not true. But they did expand presidential power to fire all kinds of people at regulatory agencies. So 855-839-1210, you get a line. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers. Now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city. I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle. Oh, there's a robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, this is Larry Stitus with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is Dom time, 855-839-1210. You get on board. By the way, a long article over the weekend by Rich Lowry. Great. I was thinking about what we've done with this show. Supreme Court on Friday saying, no. You're not going to continue this nonsense with people under protected privilege here. The Haitians, for example, El Salvadorians. Afghans, Guatemalans, Somalis. No. Temporary is what temporary means. And right away, Lowry makes a case, and we did this. Remember the times we've talked with some of the people on the town council in Charleroi, being inundated, Biden years, with 30,000 Haitian people suddenly sent in there. Springfield, one of the Springfields during the election was national news. So, of course, we're hearing now you can't send people back to Haiti. Well, what about El Salvador? Rich Lowry makes a point that last year El Salvador had 2 million tourists. So why would we not send people back to El Salvador who are here because of tensions in that country? Places like Haiti and El Salvador, and there's always going to be tensions. Well, that was the Biden plan. You get here under temporary protected status, and then we just keep on rolling it over. And I'm looking at this cut, Henry. I found out that this is one of the leading socialists now running for office, Malat Kouros. She, in this country, came here from Ethiopia. The parents won a diversity lottery. Remember those? We need more people from places like Ethiopia. She's gotten a PhD. She has a law degree. She's running in Colorado. And, of course, she's running as a socialist. And she tries to play this. You're going to see 100 games now. Well, isn't it socialism that we have fire stations? Isn't it socialism that we all ride on the same roads? Here is Malat Kouros, cut 5.
Denver's not New York, but Denver actually rates socialism higher than we rate capitalism by 4 points. And, when I talk to voters about what we're doing and why I'm a democratic socialist, I remind them that we have socialism already, right? It's in the roads that we drive on. It's in the schools we send our kids to. It's in the fire stations we call upon. I'm just asking that we extend that security to our healthcare, to our housing, to our nutritional food, to our higher education, so that we're actually meeting the basic needs of everyday working families in this country. So that we're not just getting by and surviving, so that we're actually thriving. And in the wealthiest, most powerful country on earth, we're not asking for much.
All right. Now, this woman comes here from a country that's not a country. This is like Ilhan Omar. And what does she do when she gets here? The American dream. I told you, doctorate, law school. She gets through on scholarship and everything else. She comes up like they always think this is something new. This debate on socialism. Well, what about the fire department? Don't you want to have a fire department? And on and on and on it goes. And if you give any ground at all to any of this type of thing, what happens is, in the short term, it all seems exciting. Mondani jumping into pools with suits now in New York has instituted rent freezes. Well, in the short term, people think, wow, why didn't we do that before? Well, what do you think is going to happen, not even long term, over 6 months to a year? What kind of service are you going to get? What kind of repairs? What are landlords going to say, yeah, I think I'll jump in and become a landlord? Love to hear from landlords today. You're seen as the ultimate capitalist overlord. I can imagine in a place like Philadelphia what it's to collect if you're a landlord. Imagine in New York now. But this is the play. Say socialism has never really been tried the way we're going to try it. What about Denmark? And then we start. Now, look, Henry, I know you're looking at me because I engage in this. I think the NFL engages. Well, they're the one doing it, not me. I wouldn't say it. I don't want them to do that. I want them just to have, you can sign whoever you want, whenever you want. Seems like capitalism.
Seems like a soccer model you're after here.
Yes. Yeah.
Interesting.
Or the way it used to be. You saw another guy playing there, and Mickey Mantle was playing center field. And you went, oh my God, give him whatever he wants. Mm-hmm. Oh, you can't do that. Rule 5.678. You can't sign Mickey Mantle. I'm kidnapping Mickey Mantle at that point. Till the rules change. Mickey Mantle's not getting away. I saw him first. Yeah, but you didn't draft Mickey Mantle.
I had dibs.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. You see Mickey Mantle. Nobody's stopping me from getting him. Well, you can't do it. I'm just telling you, I want $10 million right now. Bring it here. Bank truck. Give it to him. Get him in there. It'll be cheap. All right, get in on the side question. We didn't forget a big story last week, thanks to you, Guy Shiraki. The Reverend Joshua Robertson of the senior pastor of the Rock Church of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, wrote a stinging rebuke saying, let's face it, what these Democrats are doing to poor kids and families by taking away these scholarships, that's racism. He's going to be here to make that case. And I would defy the Matt Bradfords, the Josh Shapiros, or any of them to debate, because I've had them on 4 or 5 times on podcasts and everything else. I would defy them to debate Joshua Robertson on school choice. But what are we going to do with people in Northeast Philadelphia? Well, you have the Sean Doherty clown, the Pat Gallagher guy, cowards all. They're under the desk every time Henry calls. Oh, don't answer that phone. That's from that line. It's the same connection that bounces over to the head of the Republican Party in Northeast Philadelphia. Can't talk about it. Why is that guy always talking about it? I'm talking about it because when are people in Northeast Philadelphia going to wake up and not vote for these phony Democrats who want to take away scholarships that their kids have to go to Catholic schools? Oh, my God. Think of the choice. Archbishop Ryan, good school. Lincoln, a trailer school, trailer park school. I got to get up there and examine those trailers. Do they have individual names? Do they go by color? Trailer orange. Proceed to your indoctrination point now. I think they play soccer a lot there, too. Just a little aside. All right. Hit us with that all-time Jersey thing. The Reverend is in the on-deck circle, and we'll talk with him about this editorial he wrote at Broad and Liberty. He's African-American. A kid was shot just getting off a school bus in Harrisburg, and he talks about, you know, the last best hope to change things is education. You're not getting education in the fraudulent Philadelphia public schools. They can bring a gaggle. They can bring 100 other experts and superintendents in here. We'll bring more chairs in. We'll make it open air. I'll debate 1,000 of them at once. It'd be like the grand chess master. Check, check.
Playing 3 at once.
Yeah, 3 at once. You know, give me another arm over here. Let me move my leg in here on school choice. I might tag in a Pastor Robertson. They would run. They can't take an African-American pastor like this. Oh, my God. Calling us racist? All right, 855-839-1210. So, Scott Presler will be here at 2 o'clock today, and we'll talk with Scott. Is the Save America Act back on the front burner? Look, strategically, I get it. Tough for Trump to put the kibosh on the housing bill last week. I don't know if they'll pass it without his signature. To try to jumpstart. What is it with these Republican senators? It's not the Democrats. We can't even get the Republicans to agree. The House is passing it again. What has to happen, particularly now with a 5-day waiting period? All right, Reverend Joshua Robertson is next. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. You know, low testosterone doesn't just affect libido. It can quietly drain energy, endurance, and confidence before most men realize what's happening. You start feeling it everywhere, in the gym, on the stairs, even as you move through the day. That's why Rescue created 2 powerful formulas for ultimate male vitality, both available this Men's Health Month as buy one, get 2 more completely free. Prime RX promotes healthy testosterone levels, stamina, strength, and focus. ActiFlex supports flexible joints and muscle recovery, so movement and performance feel natural again. Go to res-q.com. Use that code FEELSTRONG. You buy 1 bottle of Prime RX or ActiFlex, get 2 more free. Or call a product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE. 800-262-5483. Move stronger, recover faster, shop online, and get those 2 free bottles at res-q.com. Use that code FEELSTRONG.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with 0 out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right left eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Did you feel that drafty breeze from your windows this winter? Yikes, it was scary cold. But just as scary is that you now know that your windows will let in that hot, humid air all summer. Let PJ Fitzpatrick help reduce your utility bills with custom-made, double-insulated replacement windows. PJ provides peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for your new windows. That's trustpj.com.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Weather sponsored by H&K Group Incorporated.
A few clouds overnight. Tomorrow, not as warm. It'll be humid with periods of rain, possibly a thunderstorm too, with a high of only 76. It's much warmer on Sunday with a high of 84. Possible thunderstorm in the afternoon. Monday, high 89. Mostly sunny.
Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. 80 locations across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios. Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, you are with Dom. Chalkbeat is a publication, I think, that's more toward the left. They just did a recent survey about Philadelphia public schools. Only 8% of Philadelphia voters think that public education is headed in the right direction. 8%. I don't know who those 8 are, how they're seeing that, but okay. The Reverend Joshua C. Robertson is a force of nature. I've had him on podcasts, on the radio, going back quite a while. The Reverend is the senior pastor of the Rock Church of Harrisburg and the CEO of Black Pastors United for Education. He wrote just last week, and I was away, I would have had him on that day, a piece that brought in liberty. The House Democrats' education plan that we talked about with Guy Shiraki is racist. Now, that's taking the gloves off. Let's go to the Reverend here on Talk Radio 1210. Reverend, welcome in, and thanks for joining today.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate the time to explain what I mean by that.
Absolutely. So you're not a guy based upon previous conversations that says that willy-nilly. So
I don't.
Yeah, this seems to affect the arguments we've been hearing here. A lot of white people, their kids in the Philadelphia area. And there are a number of people that are heavily involved in this. One is Latino. She's the driver of it, I guess. So in what sense could it be racist?
I think for me, I don't use that word lightly. And if you've tracked my my advocacy, I usually don't say anything relating to racism, and I don't say that our public schools are failing. I say underperforming. But I'm getting to a point now where when you have this gross attempt to harm specifically low income, particularly Black and brown children, this just looks malicious. In Pennsylvania, the state budget allocates $17.7 billion a year to public schools. Meanwhile, the funding for K through 12, the tax credit scholarship program is $575 million. It's slightly more than 1% of the overall education spending. And we're talking about cutting a tax scholarship program that impacts and helps the least of these. And it does it in comparison to what we spend in Pennsylvania for education. It does it at a minimal level. When you look at public education, state funding for public education has increased $7.2 billion in the last 10 years, reaching an all-time high of $17.7 billion in 2025, 2026. And this current budget projection earmarks $18.7 billion to public education. And so here's what I'm saying. If the taxpayers in Pennsylvania have continuously raised the bar and been able to raise the levels of giving, and we've been funding education and increasing the funding of education, why would we now, given the NAEP scores that shows that in Pennsylvania, 20% of Harrisburg students are proficient in reading and 11% are proficient in math. In Philadelphia, 34% of students are proficient in reading and 19% proficient in math. We have abysmal testing scores. Why would we be not fully investing into tax credit scholarship programs like we have now, as well as making the investment in the public education? So for me, the notion of cutting this funding is I can't call it anything other than there must be a racist intent to hinder a group of people or to keep a group of people stagnant. And I don't think that stagnancy is even what's happening. I think that things are getting perpetually worse.
Right. But let me ask you, though, but there's the Black Caucus.
Education is parenting.
Every one of the Black Caucus, as far as I know, one who's even a friend. I can't even talk to them about this. This is so miserable, mean, diabolical. Matt Bradford's one of my personal antagonists, Reverend. So Black people voting for this, though, why would they vote for something that ends up being racial or racist?
Well, here's the thing. I really feel like that Black people, more and more Black people who I'm speaking to, and specifically among the clergy, are realizing that our politicians lie to us. And when I say lie, I mean lie is the intent to deceive. Because even someone like Matt Bradford, who, in the Pennsylvania Inquirer today, he will make it seem like he's a that he is a school choice advocate. And really what he's doing is vying for what I believe is a political vie for his background or his backing, which is ultimately the teachers union.
Yes.
And I don't know if the teachers union and teachers feel the same. I have a teacher who I am very close to in the Harrisburg School District, very close to, and she's communicated to me that if it wasn't for the fact that it would be career suicide, she would come out and talk about how her opinions about choice are so different from the union's opinion about choice. And she wishes she didn't have to pay her dues to her union, given their political stance against choice. And that's what I think Matt Bradford, ultimately, what he's trying to do is play the middle of the road and trying to show that he's for, all of Pennsylvania students, when in reality, he is beholden to the teachers union. And I think he's one of the greatest oppositions to school choice.
Oh, without a doubt.
Right now. And so this is diabolical. And for me, I am willing to explore any and all options. And if I have to call it racism, I'll have to call it racism. But I can't see no other reason why somebody would fight against a tax scholarship program for Black and brown children in America.
One of the words you use in here, I underline all the time, and Ryan Boyer is a good guy, the head of the building trades. And my first interview for my podcast was with him. He goes against the core, and he says urgency's got to be the word. And you emphasize that. Kid shot just getting off the school bus in Harrisburg. And the best way out of all this, to lift everybody as best we can, would be education. Not 5 years from now, not 10 years from now. It's got to be immediate, starting now.
Absolutely. Like for me, I'm tired of doing funerals. Like I'm tired of grandmothers coming to my church and saying, Pastor, is there any other way? I don't want my kid going to that jungle. I don't want my kid going to that prison yard. I don't want my kid going to that circus. That's the way that parents and grandparents and guardians talk about our current public schools. There's a fight every single day. I have a member of my church who's a probation officer at the local high school. She says there's a fight every single day at the local school. Every single day. That's traumatic. And so for me, for people who have been entrusted in these elected positions to choose politics over people, to choose profits over people, to choose these policies that can injure over 100,000 Pennsylvanians is it's a crime. There's right now the tax scholarship program in Pennsylvania has a reach of over 101,000 low-income students annually with a waiting list of 69,000, and we're talking about cutting those funds. To me, I can't see that as anything other than potentially being racist.
Ms. Rivera, Bradford, and others say all this is to you and me and others that are advocates is they want an accounting. She's one of the people that says this the most. Where's all that money go? How do we know it's not going to a bunch of white people in private schools who are rich? What's your counter to that?
Mm-hmm. Well, here's the thing. People who are rich already have choice. The question isn't about the rich. The question is about the least of these. The question is about the single mother who's raising her 4 children who have very different needs and only having one location to send their kids for education. And that one location is not suited to give all 4 kids the proper education. And there's other educational opportunities within miles away, but accessibility is undermined because of affordability. We're in America. We should be Americans. We live in a country that can properly educate every student, but that only happens if we put parents in the driver's seat. We can't put the zip code in the driver's seat and expect us to get justice.
And you say that as someone who hope listeners remember has been on before, who's deeply involved in your own efforts to kind of scale that up along with the other reverends. Give us an idea of that. Do you receive any of the scholarship money? What would be needed to help you scale up what you're doing right now?
Well, here's the thing. The EITC program is an opportunity for education entrepreneurs to, create educational opportunities and non-traditional ways in order to help our children. And so, yes, my organization, we're looking to leverage those EITC provisions, and we are looking to help churches to leverage those EITC federal tax scholarship programs, state tax scholarship programs. All of these programs should be used. Given the crisis that we have, we should be accelerating opportunities and accelerating educational opportunities. Like I think about the current Opportunity Knox Scholarship in Philadelphia right now for the 17 schools that are closing.
Exactly.
There are 17 schools that are closing in Philadelphia, and there's a scholarship program. There should be pastors, community leaders, fraternity, sorority leaders filling the pipeline with children to get into these educational opportunities. We have an opportunity, but we also have a gross concern.
Let me ask you a tough
education is
question.
failing in America, but we have an opportunity to fix it.
I know you and a minister that you introduced me to in my neighborhood, Germantown, around due to our conversation for the podcast. Are some of these ministers afraid to be that pipeline, the ass money you talked about, et cetera? It's unbelievable. You can go to a Father Judge, these other schools in our area, through your high school years. I mean, it is like winning the lottery to thousands, well, maybe hundreds at least, of students. Are they in sync with you? I mean, do you converse with them? Is there a sense, well, I can only go so far with this because Democrats are supportive in other ways?
Well, here's the thing. I think that more and more pastors, there's a pastor that I know, a very renowned pastor in Texas that I know, who said something very key. And here's what I would tell you. He said once he found out, after we gave him the proper information concerning the Texas Education Federal Scholarship Program, we gave him the proper information, documented information. And he said, man, this is completely different from what my local lawmaker told me. Why are they lying to me? And here's what I'm going to tell you. I believe more and more pastors are waking up and seeing that a lot of our local lawmakers, what they do to stay in office is they give us the rhetoric of freedom. They give us the rhetoric of upward mobility. That's what they run on. But then they get in office and they vote against programs that could actually do that. Indigenous programs that could actually help our communities. They either want to make Black people and brown people dependent upon the government, or they want to just take advantage of our vote and just have us vote for them by default. And I think pastors are waking up to this. Pastors are seeing that what politicians are saying isn't checking out, and pastors are coming to the table more and more. What I'm seeing, willing to fight and to stand up against, these policies that would take precious resources away from our children.
Absolutely. Pastor, thank you very much as always. Where do we find the Reverend Joshua Robertson?
Yes, you can find me on all social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, Black Pastors Unite for Education. You can find us there.
Thank you, Pastor, very much. To be continued.
Okay, sounds good.
The Reverend Joshua Robertson here on Talk Radio 1210. I do a podcast, Old School, New School, Next School. He's been on several times, and the school choice thing is just, now he's the first guy to label it racism in this sense. And who is this Matt Bradford guy? Big mouth white guy from Norristown. How does he control these people? And Shapiro. Shapiro lets him run wild with this stuff. All right, phone lines. They are 855-839-1210. You hit us next. All time, what would you put, person, place, or thing associated with New Jersey? Thank God for Cape May County, Mike Donahue, Jeff Van Drew, getting in a booth or an exhibit there at the National Mall. Pennsylvania, it took Fetterman and McCormick to do it. Josh Shapiro said, oh, nobody wants to do it. Why? We'll ask Stacey Garrity about that a little bit later. 855-839-1210.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Any appliance retailer can say they offer the lowest prices and claim they deliver the best customer experience. But how do they hold themselves accountable? At National Appliance Warehouse, we use Price Assure to guarantee we're honoring our lowest price promise. We'll expertly help you navigate over 100 brands on display to ensure you select the perfect appliances, treating you like friends or family throughout. And within 24 hours of our skilled professionals delivering and installing your appliances, a National Appliance Warehouse associate will call to make sure you're happy. If your other appliance retailer didn't do that, it might be time to switch to National Appliance Warehouse.
The 4th of July mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save 41% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Summer is here, and that means pool days and patio nights. But is your uneven concrete making your backyard feel more like a construction zone than a vacation spot? Stop worrying about stubbed toes and stumbles. Keystone Guncrete can level your pool deck and patio quickly and cleanly, saving you thousands over the cost of pouring new concrete. We'll have your backyard party ready before your water even gets warm. Head to KeystoneGuncrete.com. Remember, Guncrete is spelled with a K. Mention 1210 and we'll take $50 off your project.
Today's Gold Price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary, a 4th-generation company. Visit edelmanscoins.com to learn more. Today's gold market price is $4,048.65.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of. And fact check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Somebody suggesting to me various avenues. Oh, Coney Barrett may be under pressure from the home protesters. No, she's sharp enough to realize no matter what she would do, these animals that want to threaten Supreme Court members and bother her kids at the school and all that, they're going to do it. I think she wants to be allied with Johnny Roberts, who never should have been the Supreme Court justice, the head of the Supreme Court, and that's George W. Bush's legacy. And that's what you see playing out here. We'll talk to Linda Kearns about it coming up, but Gary in Newtown, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Dom. How are you? Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Thank you.
And so it starts.
Yeah, so it starts, yes.
So it
We're
starts.
all, yes.
Hey, I remember you being a big proponent for Amy Coney Barrett. I'm not holding that against. I'm not holding that against you.
I admit it. Absolutely.
No. I would like to ask a very poignant question. Where are you getting your data from to be when that was going on to be her proponent?
Well, if you had seen her track record of her opinions up until then, and if you remember how she handled the questioning, not only what her original stance was, but how brilliant it was, I was relying on that. The Federalist Society's fine-tooth comb on it. And it's one of those things, their side never changes when they get on the Supreme Court. John Roberts is a perfect example. You want to fit in, they do seem to get squishy and move the other way. So I think my sources were pretty good. But I'm not interviewing. I think the whole process has to go back to, you need, it's like the number one draft pick. I'm not picking that until I bring the FBI in on this. So with the Supreme Court justice, I don't know who Trump's go-to guy is, but I think he needs a better one.
Thank you for that. I always question, where are you getting your data from? Because I look at my data, and sometimes they're the same, and a lot of times they're different. But I will say the conundrum with us, the Republicans, the conservatives, picking really good Supreme Court justices is almost equivalent to your question in your head, what are you people doing in the suburbs? I don't understand.
Yes. And look at this. George W. Bush, if you remember, we stopped him. Laura Ingraham was big on it because she was a clerk, Supreme Court. He wanted to put in his real estate person from Dallas, and Sammy Alito, one of the best of all times, was on the bench.
As you probably told your kids, as I've told my kids, has nothing to do with what you know. It has to do with who you know.
Yeah, exactly right.
So I doubt that we're going to have another New Jersey-related question before this weekend. So I'm going to go with the Battle of Trenton, which turned the war, and it went from George Washington and the people on this side of the river, where I'm from, going over there and assassinating those guys in the middle of the night, and then winning the war and claiming our independence.
Absolutely. Thank you, Gary. Give those Hessians some beer, and it's Christmas Eve. What do you think's going to happen? Perfect time to come at them. Yeah. All right, so something symbolic associated with Jersey, person, place, or thing, can be negative too, given the fact that Mikey Sherrill could not. How about dirty? I would put in, hey, Mikey, I think I'd put in a dirty windowed New Jersey transit vehicle. That specializes what your reigns all, well, Murphy too. How does anybody, I give Sherrill Parker down stuff on some stuff, but when it comes to cleanliness, she's not having trains driving along there that are state related. You can't see out the window. Well, why should we clean it?
Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here. Anyhow, it's like The Sopranos. You're seeing oil refineries. All right, coming up, Linda Kearns. What does she think of this decision? And a couple of other things. And I got to say, Even Roe is casting a wider eye at Jenny from Forrest Gump. She wanted to watch Forrest Gump in great detail again, analytically.
Whoa.
I still think she's not a villain, though. They've gone way too far.
No, Henry's gone way too far.
Yeah, and I think Linda Kearns is being sucked in. We'll see. Next Mulligans, that's got to be the great debate. I love it as a debate because it's an easy one on the schedule. And speaking of contests, I follow on Twitter at DomShow1210, getting a lot of action because I said the women who run the WNBA, they have less of a sense of reality than the women who run The View. That's a low bar. But when you have somebody with their hand on your throat, literally, and you ultimately come up with a 1-game suspension because of public outcry, are they really going to just drive Caitlin Clark out of the league? That they think they're worth $1 billion now. I love basketball, but trust me, they're not worth $1 billion. 855-839-1210. Linda Kearns next. Stacey Garrity here, and we have Progressive Women Gone Wild. Jennifer Welsh, one of the all-time, oh my God, the insults today on Talk Radio 1210.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
There's nothing simple about choosing an engagement ring. Most people don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step: diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion, just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple: leave knowing you made the right decision. Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. An elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, big issues, big guests. Linda Kearns jumping in, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. Linda was filling in for Dawn today while this Supreme Court decision was coming down, and one that really puts Amy Coney Barrett in the forefront. Let's go to Linda here on Talk Radio 1210. Linda, good call from Gary of Newtown asking me, before we get to this mail-in ballot case, 5 days, Mississippi, they count as long as their postmark can arrive 5 business days. Wow, afterward. Linda, when Coney Barrett was up, Ketanji Brown, not so much because we knew where Biden would go. Where do you get your information about, is this a good pick? What are you looking for, and who do you rely on, if anybody?
When they pick Supreme Court justices, or really any federal judges, they try to look at the record, any other writings. If the person was a professor or a judge of a lower court, they look at their previous decisions to see if these people who follow the Constitution, follow the text. Are these people who go outside it and want to legislate? That's not someone a Republican would usually want to pick. They want someone who follows the text of the law, the text of the Constitution.
Yeah, but I mean, so you just look at their opinions. You don't have anybody that you go, if they've looked at all, Federalist Society is one that usually, and they were all over Amy Coney Barrett.
Absolutely.
And, without being too indelicate, there is a political aspect of this. We know the big three. They're not on there necessarily because of whatever they're following. They were on there for diversity and because we know how they're going to vote each and every time. And it seems to me on the big cases, Coney Barrett is almost in lockstep with John Roberts, who I think has been overall a disappointment.
Republicans tend not to be able to pick conservative justices who will adhere to the text of the statute or the Constitution. It seems like everyone we pick tends to get a little more mild and strays from it. The left has no problem. It seems like the left picks people, and those picks get even further left on the bench. But think of some of our choices over the years. Sandra Day O'Connor, that was one of Reagan's picks. She certainly, was not a textualist or an originalist. So unfortunately, we have a real problem with picking these types of justices, and we need to do a better job. But this statute, this case today, it was based on a law in Mississippi about counting ballots after Election Day. And Justice Coney Barrett, she wrote the opinion of the court, the majority opinion, and she basically really parsed the language. And rather than calling Election Day, she parsed it into two separate instances. She said Election Day is not only when the voter casts its vote, but also she's calling the casting of the vote not complete until it's received.
Yes.
So she's really changing the definition of I think, of casting the vote. And I think it was a real stretch. But I'm going to go back in history a little bit for you, Don, because I'm not sure if you remember, but in the 2020 election, when all of a sudden here in Pennsylvania, we had this mail voting and we had all these satellite election offices, we on the campaign sent people down to try to watch in the satellite election offices because we said people are voting. You know, the government here in Pennsylvania was saying, go out and vote early, vote early. They were calling it voting. And Al Schmidt came out and said on a recording, on a video that we still have, that legal is telling me that votes are not actually being cast because they're not counted yet. And because they won't be counted later, and the only thing that's happening now is the voters are writing it down. It's not really voting. So this is a theory that, we heard from Al Schmidt back in 2020. And it's unfortunate that the Supreme Court decided this way.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to go back on the Supreme Court pick. The one I would have picked, not just because I've interviewed him a lot, Alito, because all Alito wanted to do, he told me in an interview, the best he can with the law, go and watch the Phillies and keep it in his scorebook. In other words, a nerd who doesn't care about Washington and the social set around him. I think some of these people like Roberts and his wife, I remember, they don't want to be the bad guys. They get influenced, maybe even subconsciously. And that's why almost universally they move away from their original writings and why they were put on the court.
Right. And this decision, I just think that these are incredibly learned people who make it to the Supreme Court. I think with the exception of Justice Jackson, but that's a whole different story.
Yep.
But I absolutely disagree with where Justice Barrett went with this, because she also did something by referencing something called UACAVA, which is our overseas and military voters. She referenced that statute because that statute that was also imposed by Congress allows some of those votes to come in after Election Day from our military members and overseas members. And so that's what she used to kind of try to define what Election Day was. But I think she committed a cardinal sin when she did that, because the UACAVA law was enacted after the law that said Election Day is on the first Tuesday in November.
Right.
So how could Congress have defined Election Day by something that they would pass later in the UACAVA law? That's basically, courts have said that a lot. Like, how could an earlier Congress know what a later Congress would enact?
And Linda, that really disturbed me because it's obvious. The military, war zones and all that. Come on, Justice. That's why we have that. We're not doing that for the average voter, too lazy to get it in on time. If you don't want to show up on Election Day, the downside to you is you have to fill it out properly and get it in on time.
Yeah, and you know what, Dom, I was kind of ready for the I am surprised by this. I thought the Supreme Court was going to say, look, federal election day is federal election day. And this argument about casting and counting, Dom, here in Philadelphia, if we use that same logic and I go to my polling place and I vote on the machine, and for some reason that when the police come to my polling place and gather all the materials and bring it back to the office, if it doesn't get there until after midnight, does that mean my vote wasn't actually cast on Election Day because the actual machine materials didn't get to the office until after midnight? I mean, it really doesn't make sense. And the counting really doesn't take place statutorily till a little bit later during the official counting.
Right.
So they're really stretching the language here, Dom, and I am surprised. I did not think it was gonna go this way. And this opens up a lot of different problems with regard to people's trust in elections. And I always laugh when people talk about the post office postmarks, because the post office is not postmarking all mail. And so relying on the post office as something that's going to say whether or not it was put in a mailbox, on or before Election Day, is ridiculous when they don't postmark everything. And you know what, Don, with that logic, what if I go to my post box at the end of my street and I put my mail ballot in there, but the mail was already collected that day? Well, I still put it in the U.S. mail stream, so don't I have a case that it should still be counted, even though it's not going to get picked up till the next day? I mean, I think that this case really is ludicrous, the way that they stretch this out. And guess what, Dom? Congress has to fix it. Let's get it out of the Supreme Court. And then this is the kind of federal law regarding voting that Congress can pass. They need to get away from the SAVE Act, and they need to get away from election administration. And this is actually, they can define what election day is. So let's kick it back to Congress.
Well, it just occurred to me, my greatest mulligans debate would be Linda Kearns and Al Schmidt bellying up to the bar there debating all this. Oh, my God. That would be heaven. So I'm waiting for Al Schmidt's comments on this, Linda. Sure, he'll tell us the system will be fine with this. One other matter, you and Henry conspiring on Jenny has really opened up a can of worms here with Roe and Forrest Gump and all that. So it should be a lot of fun, the next debate.
So you're talking about, I'll take the position that Jenny in the movie Forrest Gump, the character Jenny, wasn't the big savior or the big saint that you think that she was.
Well, Henry might take a third position here, like a concurring dissent, saying she's a villain. He's on record saying that.
Yep.
Oh, I'll say she's a villain.
Oh,
Whoa.
And Dom, you're getting nervous because last year you were all safe and pretty saying, "Oh, I'll just debate that Sinatra's better, and I'll pack this bar with all my friends from South Philly who eat, Sunday gravy and meatballs and who love Sinatra and hate Elvis. So I'm gonna win. I don't even have to prepare for this debate." So you're wishing that you could turn back the clock. You're not happy now that we're actually having a real debate with real issues where you have to come up with arguments.
And
all
exhibits.
Right, exhibits. Yeah, I'll be bringing in exhibits for this one. All right. Linda, thank you so much. Are you in again this week?
I don't think so. I think I was in for Dawn today. I don't think I'm in again this week, but I do want to say happy birthday, America. And whatever the Supreme Court does, Dom, we live in the greatest country in the world. And I don't care about these election decisions. The way that we're going to win elections is if we show up to vote. So tell your friends and family members who think like you to ignore all the noise and make sure you show up to vote no matter what.
Absolutely. Thank you, Linda. Thanks for coming on as always.
All right. And thank you, Henry, for booking me.
Oh, of course. Of course. All right. 855.
I got to say thank you to my producers.
They're her producers. There we go. I am bringing in exhibits for this. All right. 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side. Something related to Jersey. Something related, person, place, or thing with the exhibit. Stacey Garrity, I believe, is headed to the mall. Yeah, for the Great American Fair. I will ask her about that. And Josh Shapiro lying again. Does he inquire? Guy Shiraki put up the other day, man, I wish, I think he said something, my wife and I are in love, but no love could top the love of the Philadelphia Inquirer for Josh Shapiro. It is the biggest in history. They are in the tank beyond tanks. This guy can do no wrong. I will talk to Stacey Garrity about that. School choice, AI. She's back from the listening tour. That's coming up. But hit us with something Jersey. 855-839-1210. So I don't forget to play this. And I'll cut out of it pretty quickly. This is cut one. Well, it's on my mind to cut out quickly because there's a lot of cursing here. There's a guy named Scott Wiener. And I don't feel bad for him necessarily. But he's in California, he's a legislator, and he's Mr. Trans rights and gay rights and everything else. He shows up at an event with trans people mainly pushing for something, and this is their guy. Listen to the commentary, how they give him credit for that, and then how they turn on him. And this is the secret sauce of the Democrat Party writ large. Here we go.
Scott, I think your legislation on trans issues and your legislation specifically protecting queers on the sex offender registry is fantastic. I really applaud you for that, and I think you deserve to be here for that. But I think your housing policy, and specifically your housing policy aligning with YIMBYs, and I think your policy on the genocide in Gaza, and I think your policy on the genocide in Gaza is terrible.
All right, we got it because a lot of cursing starts. Now, this is the guy. You heard the credits rolled out. What they're saying to you, Yada, 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 news media. Oh, the socialists are talking about affordability. No, they're not. They put the shingle out there. And then in glowing lights, that's the low shingle, it says, we hate Jews, we hate Jews, we hate Israel. Can you hate them as much as we do? This is who they are. By the way, new poll out today is hopeful. In Maine, it's starting to show that Collins is gaining ground there, that Plattner is not as bulletproof, so to speak, as you might think. And I think you're going to see this as more and more telling. But after what he's been engaged in, you'd think he'd be out already. It's going to take more time. But this confrontation with this Wiener guy, the thing that you have to lead with your calling card is you have to be as crazed as possible, attacking Israel, attacking Jews, and just anti-Semitism all the time. That's what these people are engaged in. Well, mainstream Democrats kowtow to that. A lot of them will. But that's what it's about. That's what's driving the energy of this. Not affordability, not even socialism quite as much. Yeah, they love the socialism, what they think it means. But the anti-Semitism, that's the draw. That guy right there, oh, what you've done. And it's a trans rally. Joe Biden did an event, or at least he thinks he did an event on Sunday, and they went wild screaming at him, calling him Genocide Joe. He proceeded then not to figure out how to get off the stage. You think
I never knew how to do that.
You think a handler would have been there, immediately jumping into the ring. And you say to him, just walk anywhere. Nope, he still will not do that. All right, here's how you get in. Hit us with something all-time Jersey, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, oh, we're having guests, company's coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
While the sun's out and the summer's in full swing, Kitchen Magic wants to help you fall back in love with your kitchen. We've been a family-owned business right here in Nazareth since 1979. And for over 45 years, quality and craftsmanship have been our promise. This summer only, 40% off installation with flexible financing options for every budget. Don't wait for someday. Visit kitchenmagic.com and let's build something beautiful together.
Independence Day, the birth of America. As we celebrate our great nation's 250th birthday, it's time to reflect on our forefathers' struggle to take control and free our country from a political system that failed to protect life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Many Americans in their retired years are searching for a way to take control of their life savings and are struggling to find financial independence. I'm Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement. Our proprietary Crash Proof Retirement system guarantees financial independence. There is no market risk, there are no fees, there's just peace of mind knowing you'll always move forward, guaranteed with certainty. Declare your financial independence from Wall Street. You've worked a lifetime for it. You earned it for a lifetime. Shouldn't you keep it for a lifetime? Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. AT&T, Verizon Wireless, you just hit pound 1210. Tomorrow, apparently, most observers think we'll get the birthright citizenship case. I'm not overly optimistic. If I had to call it, I'm looking at 5-4. Thomas, Alito, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh. And then Amy Coney Barrett jumping in with Johnny Roberts. Not going to go for this. Too radical. Can't be doing this. Now, you would think off what they did with the temporary protective status on Friday with Haitians and Somalians and all that, saying, hey, you can't just make that forever here. We might see this very similar sort of thing with birthright citizenship, the logic of it. Well, bottom line is, I see it the other way, but hope everybody thinks it's probably going to be tomorrow. So we'll be geared up. Jerry and Elmer, he's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jerry.
Hey, Dom. How you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
You're welcome.
Now, listen, I got a couple of things here. One about the Jersey, the schools and school choice.
Sure.
Well, I've driven through all 50 states. Like Clark Griswold with my kids in the back of a van, not the good way. And I'm telling you, I stopped at a mansion in Georgia, and they explained it very simply: how to keep slaves. Don't educate them. It was illegal to educate a slave. Then you make them dependent upon you for food, and you make them dependent upon you for housing. And so the Democratic formula for keeping the African-American population for voting for them is very similar. Don't educate these poor kids. Just keep them dumb and keep them on food stamps and keep them in housing, and they'll vote for you. It's a scandal.
Well, I would say the difference is we have enough voices like the Reverend Robertson we have on and others who are pushing back against that, and all we have to do is make it a prime issue in elections, as it should be. That's, but it's remember, let's remove that because, okay, we know about that. What do we say to these union, let's call them blue dog Democrats in Northeast Philadelphia? Why do these people vote for Democrats who would kick their kids off scholarship, who allow Larry Krasner's policies to murder people there? What do we say about these white people? Are they just, is it the whole union thing in their mind? They just can't get anything else out of their mind about unions and Democrats.
I wish I could argue with you. It's a little embarrassing being a teacher for 41 years, but I'm afraid it is. It's keeping their job. It's
okay.
It's just the way it is. I wish it wasn't.
Okay.
Can I say one thing, Doc?
Sure, Jerry.
The Supreme Court. The world changed in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And through 2024, it's not the same country. 15 million people came in. Europe knows they're not happy with their situation. So we have the hubris of the Democratic Party to say it's okay. There are 15 million people in here. It's changed. Our country has changed. When you're deciding whether or not to give somebody a birthright citizenship, the country is different than it was 4 years ago. Please, Supreme Court justices, be aware that it's different. It is not the same country.
Gotcha. Thank you, Jerry. Yeah, well put on that. You know, we've heard this before about Democrats giving people welfare. Lyndon Johnson, who I think doesn't get enough dishonor for how dishonorable he was. Okay. How do we explain year after year And we went through this last week with Guy Shiraki, naming this Pat Gallagher, the Sean Doherty. You get where I'm going here? It's the Irish stuff up and down Northeast Philadelphia. And these Democrats that vote for them, even though they're complicit in going after these scholarships that people depend on to get out of the rotten Philadelphia schools and others. Why in the world do they still vote for Democrats? They make excuses. Well, my guy says he's got to vote for that because of the party. He really doesn't believe in it. It's the union thing. That's what it is. It's the union thing in Philadelphia. And they associate Democrats with the union, and that's what they're going to do. And Republicans don't have an answer to anything, really, to try to turn this around here. That's my theory. I can't explain to people in the suburbs. Montgomery County, I used to think, hey, they migrated there, those that were affluent, educated, to get out of the Philadelphia area because of the rotten schools and the crime and everything else. And they brought the same values with them, and they turned the suburbs around. I don't get what happened in Delaware County. My theory there is the Republican Party abused their power over the years. They were as powerful in Delaware County as Philadelphia Democrats are. And people turned on them and went progressive. Bucks County, it's still an even fight. Chester County is tilting toward that. I think a lot of female voters, they've lost their minds. And that's where we are in the suburbs. That's an even harder one to try to explain. Based on all sense of reality, how in the world can you ally yourself with a party that's trying to snatch scholarship money from parents and kids? How? And particularly a Northeast Philadelphia. It is stunning to see it, yet they'll turn right around, got to vote for Democrats. Is it the union thing? Is that it? Is that type of connection? I'm not sure all the Democrats there are Irish, but Gallagher, Sean Doherty, that counts as 2, given the Johnny Doherty. That counts as 5. None of these guys want to come on and tell me how they could vote against this. They really want to say, yeah, these rich guys, these rich white guys are taking money away, and we don't like that. We're voting for our hardworking union brothers. They're the people using the scholarships. Cops, union members, nurses, that type of thing. They're the ones that are getting this, and they should. And it's all about the teachers' unions, isn't it? And those 2 rotten Republicans, both of them. Joe Hogan, I don't forget. Casey Tomlinson, the funeral power, I don't forget. How in the world do they get away with it? If you vote against choice as a Republican, that's it. You need to do 1 million Our Fathers and Hail Marys for your penance, meaning you got to vote the right way on every issue for a period of time, a long period of time. How in the world can you vote against school choice? You're out. All right, coming up, Stacey Garrity. In her battle with Josh Shapiro, she's headed to the White House, to the National Mall for the State Fair. We'll talk with her next on Talk Radio 1210.
This year, America celebrates 250 years, 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now, trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/radio for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to save.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
Weather sponsored by H&K Group Incorporated.
A few clouds overnight. Tomorrow, not as warm. It'll be humid with periods of rain, possibly a thunderstorm too, with a high of only 76. It's much warmer on Sunday with a high of 84. Possible thunderstorm in the afternoon. Monday, high 89. Mostly sunny.
Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. 80 locations across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, big issues, big gas. Stacey Garrity is in a big fight. Of course, the biggest race out there in my mind, the governorship, coming up in November. She joins us here, the treasurer, on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Stacey, happy 4th of July if we don't speak before then, and thanks for joining today.
Great to be with you, as always.
Stacey, I think I saw that today in Scranton you have Veterans for Garrity, and we can't talk about that enough. We always want to see candidates who have been veterans, particularly if they served in a war zone, as you did, and a high rank, run for office. And again, I just don't think the media seems to have a lot of interest in that question. Now they can say, well, yeah, that's just one part of your resume. I happen to think in any close race, I give a lot of mileage to somebody who served.
Well, I appreciate that. And yes, we do have a veterans event, and that is tomorrow in Scranton. So looking forward to that. Right now, I'm actually on my way to the Great.
You're breaking up a little bit there, Stacey. Okay. You're headed to the Great American event on the mall.
Yes, that's right. I'm going to the mall, and, I know we have had a lot of organizations jump in, and they're going to help, and I think hopefully we're going to be ready to go tomorrow. But we've had the Pennsylvania Manufacturers Association, the Chamber, NFIB, and, of course, AG. So Secretary Rollins was huge because we want to highlight, our small businesses and our farmers who have done so much for Pennsylvania. And we want to showcase Pennsylvania because, my goodness, we are the birthplace of freedom and liberty.
Absolutely. And that memo didn't seem to come to Governor Shapiro. It took McCormick, I'm sure people like you behind the scenes, Fetterman in an alliance, the manufacturers and others, to jump into the ring and have to expand all that. Pennsylvania is one of the biggest agricultural producers I think Hershey's involved, et cetera. But we should demand that the media, I think, Stacey, get to the bottom of this. Is it that people didn't want to participate or the governor didn't want to participate?
This is not a Republican or a Democrat issue. As you just noted, that, my goodness, John weighed in, and he wants to be an advocate for Pennsylvania's role in founding America. And so I've heard from many, many businesses that did want to participate. So I think the only person making this a partisan issue is Governor Shapiro, and it's really a shame because think about, 250 years of the greatest nation on earth, and we should all be celebrating that. We should be celebrating America and Pennsylvania, and what a shame.
Absolutely. Wanted to talk about the AI data process centers. I think you were in another part of the state, and I think with Tom DeBello, who comes on from Montgomery County and Hatfield on this listening tour, which I think these listening tours are a brilliant idea. Tomorrow, the Supreme Court is going to rule on the trans laws in West Virginia and another state, and I think they're going to say, yes, they can do that. We can't even get a vote on it here in Pennsylvania. So let's start with what you learned so far on the AI data processing centers.
Right. So last week, I was at Hatfield Volunteer Fire Company in Montgomery County. And, of course, we had Tom DeBello, the county commissioner. We had multiple township supervisors. We had a township commissioner. We had first responders. And they basically all said the same thing. They need some time, basically, to get zoning updated, to think about, downstream, the repercussions of what happens to our roads, community development agreements. And basically, there was such a lack of leadership from Harrisburg, and they were really looking for information. And because there was a lack of leadership, they're scrambling to get their, ordinances updated, to get the zoning updated. And they have said they just need some time. And so it's been, I learned something new every time I have one of these listening sessions, but it's really too bad because Governor Shapiro, he did this with, behind closed doors, gave them sweetheart tax deals, and then you find out, oh my goodness, he got over $8 million, and it's probably more than that, political contributions from data centers, and most of that was out of state, Dom.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I want to apologize, mea culpa, mea maxima culpa, because an appearance on my show, I think in September, where you talked about, well, maybe we could be looking at abandoned mines in rural Pennsylvania, certainly not on the cusp of these big Philadelphia and Pittsburgh suburbs and all. He's using that in an ad to say that the policy of the two of you is very similar or the same.
Oh, my goodness. I didn't even say that. No, our policy can't be any different. It would have gotten people around the table, all the stakeholders, up front an entire year ago, to see what do you need to make sure that your ratepayers are protected and your communities are protected. He didn't care about ratepayers. He didn't care about the communities. They didn't put anything out on, community development agreements. They had, they didn't put out information to make sure that our township supervisors could be successful. And we didn't send out any model ordinance, any model zoning, just to help people, and given them basically no resources. So the big complaint was basically lack of communication, lack of education, lack of support by leadership in Harrisburg, and of course that's really at the feet of Governor Josh Shapiro.
I would add, too, you're on the listening tour. I think there's deep apprehension about AI overall. So if there is, in addition to the infrastructure part, you really have to engage people. You can't be with Amazon and these others behind closed doors getting millions of dollars and then try to say in this ad, well, we're the same on this. That's just not your approach. I think this is a bigger issue. His approach, not just on this issue, but how he would do things versus how you would do things.
Well, first of all, he has not called for a pause. I've called for a flat-out pause so that we can make sure that our township supervisors, our first responders, that all the stakeholders are set up for success so that, again, they can make sure that the communities are protected and the ratepayers are protected. I mean, my goodness, some of these are, serviced by volunteer fire companies. Do they need extra training? Do they need extra equipment? Who pays for that? And I do think there is a lot of apprehension, and we could have avoided all had we had a leader that educated for, but instead was more interested in getting campaign contributions. And my goodness, Jeff Bezos, the leader of Amazon, what does he also own? The Washington Post, right, who weighs in heavily on, Democrat presidential candidates. So, my goodness, we don't think that he's looking for something there. Of course he is.
One other area, too, and it's been fierce here, and you've been such a proponent of school choice. It is such an obvious thing. And we saw Democrats in a stealth attack go after one of the most esteemed, and you as a treasurer knows about dollars well spent. And we were shocked that they made this type of play, and they got it through, and 2 Republicans went with them. And Josh Shapiro hasn't said too much about this. Your thoughts on that?
So my thoughts are, Josh Shapiro hasn't even opted into the federal,
right,
basically EITC program, which is, who does that hurt? It only hurts children and their parents. So it's ridiculous. You and I have talked about this before. He has held multiple positions. Josh Shapiro, who wants to be all things to all people, campaigned on school choice, went all over Fox News, and then, of course, line item vetoed it out of the budget, and now said it's not up to him at all. And now they're going after cyber. So he, again, we all know he's in the pockets of the teachers union, and that's just the reality, and not in the pockets of anybody.
Absolutely.
And I believe parents, not bureaucrats, know the best way to educate their kids.
Well, have a great trip to the State Fair on the Mall. And where do we find all things Stacey Garrity to see when you're going to be in the area to volunteer to help?
Yes, that would be great. Garrity4PA.com. And our events are posted there. And, Dom, it's always great to be with you and you are a patriot. We appreciate you and have a wonderful 250th celebration and 4th of July.
Thank you, Stacey. Thanks very much. Same to you and your team. Thanks, Stacey. All right, Stacey Garrity. Henry, let's track how long does it take for Josh Shapiro to put another ad up from my show on this to say we're just the same on that.
Yeah, I wonder if they're listening right now.
Yeah, well, of course. He's got people all over the place. The Philadelphia Inquirer's people. They have the Dom Giordano show desk. 855-839-1210. We'll get to you coming up. We got a progressive woman gone wild. I would argue maybe the Capitan, Jennifer Welsh. She's discovered something. My favorite is the woman who's the sidekick who just nods all the time on the podcast. She should travel with her when she's on CNN and just sit there and nod in another chair next to her. We got Scott Presler, though, at 2 o'clock. Fired up because now, with the Supreme Court decision today, this gives added emphasis from Trump and everybody else on the issue of Save America Act. And I believe Scott was in South Dakota at a Thune event with all kinds of credentials, et cetera, and they wouldn't let him in. A lot to catch up with Scott Presler, too. We got Dom's Money Melody. Phone lines are 855-839-1210.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
A well-organized home isn't a luxury, it's a practical upgrade. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, garages, and home offices, built to fit your space and your needs. You'll work with a designer, choose the look, and get professional installation, so the project stays simple and the results last. Start with a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com.
People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, they've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of their local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member FDIC.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Could this year get any f***ing worse?
Dom Giordano presents... Progressive women
Your words are garbage, and you're a bad person at this point.
gone wild.
All right, we have the general of Progressive Women Gone Wild and a face to match it, Jennifer Welsh and the sidekick. Listen to this startling discovery the podcaster has about white men particularly.
They don't want people to be able to fail forward the same way they do, because somewhere deep inside them, they know they're not the smartest people in the room. They know they don't have the best ideas in the room. How do we know this? Because they're borrowing ideas from Nazi Germany, a failed experiment that led to a Holocaust of millions of people. But they're trying it again because they're so inferior and they're so terrified that Zoran Mamdani or that Barack Obama isn't white, but they're smarter, they're better looking, they're more liked. And I could go on and on and on down the list. Black excellence or brown excellence exposes white mediocrity, and they can't stomach it.
Did you hear that little clip there at the end, Henry? The sidekick went, She says about every 5,000 words, I think.
Yep.
Just know she's
nods the head and
Yeah.
Yeah, you're making great points.
Didn't have to bleep anything out.
No, that's surprising. All right, we'll have another version of Progressive Women Gone Wild tomorrow.
If anyone should be afraid of white mediocrity, it's those two.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
By the way, a little Shore update. Things went well, but boy, restaurants change here. And a favorite restaurant of ours was taken over by new people, and they didn't have Rose's favorite dish. And I'm sitting there poolside when this happened. No risotto. I got to get to the I love the risotto. Apparently, the guy comes out who's the owner, and he wasn't too gracious. He was just flat about it. Well, you know, lady, with risotto, you make it once. You can't do anything else with it. If it doesn't sell, if people don't get it, then that's it.
Yeah, I don't like that's not a good answer. I don't like that.
No.
Yeah, you got to give the people what they want.
How about going back there? Would it kill you? Is there no risotto left in Jersey to make up a little risotto?
This is an Italian restaurant?
No. It's more seafood.
Okay.
It's kind of eclectic.
Seafood risotto, yeah.
Yeah, but it
goes
goes
be
with
on the menu.
I discovered it a couple of years ago. It's a hotel in Wildwood Crest. And we would go there 2 times each vacation period. And now, there's a gaping hole there.
Yeah, new management smells trouble.
Yeah, I thought we were going to be out of there in a second when the guy came over to the table and said, no risotto for you.
I wonder what type of
cook.
Yeah.
I wonder what type of ownership it was.
Yeah. All right, Joe in Columbus next. Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Dom. That recent entry of Girls Gone Wild.
Yes.
All she can come up with is they're intelligent and they're good looking, but she can go on, and she chose not to.
Well, I'd love the sidekick. That's a person I'd like to interview. What is it like to sit there and nod for an hour a day? Yeah.
Must hurt the neck.
Yeah, definitely.
You can get a bobblehead to do that.
Right.
Yes.
You know, I mean, it's just one answer. It begs another. If you're any bit social, I mean, forget being, within your industry and learn it in your industry. But, every statement that you ask a question to should beg another question. And, you should be a little invested in it. Okay, they're good looking and intelligent, but what else? Tell me, we got time. No, it doesn't happen. So my side answer is the way this state of mind is going politically, constitutionally, freedom-wise, they might as well hang up a portrait of Joseph Stalin in that booth, maybe along with a side of pizza that was once affordable, now got replaced by state-issued pizza.
Oh, state-issued pizza. There's a whole agenda I got to get on with that. I bet you're not able to fold that state-issued pizza. You're not going to touch that. No folding. Yeah.
Dom, I'd be willing to wager that it wouldn't even pass through your digestive system.
Whoa.
All right, that's a good one, Joe. Thank you. Yeah, why does pizza, out of all foods, it is the most precious, the most debated, the pineapple, the state issue with the folding, the whole thing with it, everybody has an opinion on that.
Because I think it's one of the few foods that everyone does eat.
Yeah, it's the most popular American food. Yeah, arguably. Yeah. Okay. Scott Presler, I know he's busy, but when I hit him up today, coming on today, he said, oh, man, after that mail-in ballot decision, Save America is churning again. Mike Lee, Scott Presler, President Trump on this. In other words, we're going to go 5 days. We're going to have to tighten this up. And by the way, Mississippi is run by Republicans at this point. How in the world did they put in the 5-day thing? Because the Republican Party is anti-choice in Mississippi. I mean, things have really changed. This Supreme Court decision tomorrow, birthright citizenship, and the trans laws. So we're gearing up. Tomorrow will be the last day. They're going to announce these. 855-839-1210. We got Dom's Money Melody coming up, too, here on Talk Radio 1210.
When the doctor informed me that I had to be transplanted, I froze. I was in shock.
Mr. Gatling was on dialysis. He had end-stage kidney failure. Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine.
I received a kidney transplant at Virtual Health.
We are the only transplant center in South Jersey.
I can stay in my own backyard. I thank them for keeping me alive.
Virtual Health, the only transplant center in South Jersey. Here for good. Learn more at virtua.org.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
It's that time of year to address some of those nagging projects around the house you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and letting you start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, let's handicap this after the big Supreme Court decision today on the Dom Giordano show. They have John Thune and a gaggle of rhino senators. We have on the other side Mike Lee, who's quite a battler. Oh, yeah, and coming out of the bullpen, Scott Presler with us here on Talk Radio 1210. Scott, never a better day to have you on. How you doing today?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
So, Scott, my seafood person told me, because I was down the shore last week, that you did go to South Dakota for an event and you were denied access?
Yes. I can't believe I forgot that we haven't had this conversation. So I went to South Dakota for the convention. It's been a long weekend.
Okay.
And I was there, of course, to edify the grassroots, to lay the groundwork for 2028 when Senate Majority Leader John Thune is up for re-election, and also, of course, put peaceful pressure to get the Save America Act passed. So Thursday goes without incident. I'm at the convention. I'm a guest there and meeting people, shaking hands. Everything is going wonderful. Come to find out, there's a dinner that night that I didn't know about, and a dinner that Senate Majority Leader Thune was actually confirmed for. Again, that I didn't know it was happening. So one of my colleagues gave me his ticket, And at the door to the event, they were just collecting tickets. They didn't have a manifest. They weren't doing a roll call. They weren't checking IDs. It was, if you have a ticket, you get to go in. So I show up with my golden ticket in hand, and they said, you can't come in. And this wasn't because of press. This wasn't because certain individuals were not allowed. This was because Scott Pressler was not allowed. And we come to find out from even the chairman himself of the SDGOP that it came from Senate Majority Leader Thune's staff. Scott Pressler is not to enter this event. So what I do, Dom, is I'm taking a video of myself. I'm not pointing the video at anybody else. I'm pointing it at me. I'm filming me. And the sergeant at arms decides to invade my space, get into the purview of the film that I am filming of me, meaning he came into my space, and then proceeds to curse and give expletives to the film, which has now gotten millions of views on social media. And over the weekend, Dom, for 24 hours nearly straight, because this wasn't me, this was contempt for us, we were the top #1 trend in the United States of America for being denied entry to this dinner.
Hey, Scott, I apologize because of being on a vacation. Thanks to Sharon over at Captain Chucky's for telling me that on Saturday. My goodness, Scott, do they not realize how that incentivizes people on this stuff, that it's not going to work? That sort of stuff backfires every time, particularly with you.
Well, I hope you enjoyed your vacation, and it really was an unforced error. I had every intent, Dom, to be a meek, mild, quiet observer. I don't make scenes. I don't do outbursts. I don't cause attention to myself. But the act of denying me from being at that dinner caused nationwide attention. And although that small select group of people did not vote to censure Senate Majority Leader Thune at the event, when I went to Walmart in the airport directly after the event, I had a dozen people come up to me saying, Scott, I'm sorry what happened to you. Scott, I saw the video. We support you. And so ultimately, I want everyone to know, especially maybe the elected officials that are listening, for every action that you do to try to silence us, it will always come out in our favor, and it will make you look like the ones that are trying to silence dissent, and it actually will work out in the favor of the conservatives.
Now, the big issue of the day, of course, we parse this, Scott, with Amy Coney Barrett, bad choice for the Supreme Court. But does this give added energy to the Save America Act, this crazy 5 days in Mississippi, of all places, that the ballot will still count 5 days after the election?
Well, I just posted, Dom, how it was impeccable timing. And what it does is it actually gives validation to the very work that I'm doing. That to anyone who says, oh, we don't need the Save America Act, or why is Scott continuing to push this 6 months later, 180 days, the Supreme Court ruling today, which was a flagrant disregard for the fact that we have a one-day election, a flagrant disregard, is even more credibility to the work that I continue to do to pass the gosh darn Save America Act. And so President Trump is unhappy. He took to Truth Social. He posted about it. He wants this done. The American people want this done. The House wants it done. The majority of senators want it done. Senate Majority Leader Thune must act on behalf of us and pass the Save America Act.
Without a doubt. And again, if we're looking for something to inspire people as we head into the midterms, or more likely to depress if we don't get it, you've been on this saying this for months, this would be a good sign, integrity, that when we put these people in office, they're going to do the right things. This is it, right in front of us.
If they were able to give us some sort of election integrity, whether it be photo voter ID, whether it be proof of citizenship, whether it be mail-in ballots must be returned on election day, it would inspire and galvanize voters to vote. And if we do not, how do I make the argument, Dom, to elect more Republicans to office if having all three branches of government currently elected with Republicans is not able to provide us with what we want? I mean, how does that give me any chance of swaying voters to come out in decisively for Republicans? So I hope they make it easy for us. I hope they do the right thing. And you can count on me that I will not give up on election integrity. And I'm returning to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I'll be at the rally at the Rock. I'll be with Stacey Garrity in Philadelphia on Friday. I'll be with Congressman Dan Muser as well. We are not giving this up.
Well, can you stop into studio if possible on Friday? You probably have a tight itinerary. Where are you going to be in Philadelphia? Or you don't want to say yet? I'm not sure.
No. You can. It's out there. I will post the graphic. But I'm speaking at an event in Philly on Friday with Stacey. I'll post it on social. I'll text it to your team. And the only bad news is I will be flying straight in from West Palm Beach that morning at 5 a.m., then getting in a car and driving from D.C. to Philly. So it's going to be a little difficult for me to get there in studio, but we are going to do something.
Okay, perfect. Well, we'll mark that down, Scott, because we want to heavily promote that. Can you tell us now, too, so I can take this opportunity to tell people where they can see you?
Yes, one moment, because I am all in for Stacey Garrity, and I want to ensure that she is our next governor here in this wonderful state. Okay. The event is on July 9th from 5 p.m. until 8 p.m. at the Union League of Philadelphia. This is at 140 South Broad Street, 19102. You're going to have Dr. Tom Borelli there, and actually his wife, Deneen Borelli, as well, will be there, and myself. And this is on behalf of our state treasurer, Stacey Garrity, to become our next governor.
All right, Union League. I'm not sure about attendance here. It sounds like you would have to have a ticket.
They do have, you do purchase tickets, and there will be a QR code, which I am going to send to you and the team, but I'm sure they allow for walk-ins as well.
Okay. Now let's talk about the book. How's it going on? Any more book events coming up?
Thank you. So in my return to Pennsylvania after Rally at the Rock and Philly and Dan Muser in Luzerne County, I will be returning to Pike County, Pennsylvania. Gina Mankato, a state committee woman, and I will be doing 2 book signings, one in downtown Milford at the diner they have there, and then we're also going to do Backroads Cafe, which I think is moreover in Wayne County. And both of those will be book signings / voter registration, because I want to be clear that none of these are going to be just about me. This is going to be to make sure we are also registering voters, getting people a absentee ballot, and then also ensuring that we are getting every person connected to their local committee, to their local county party, so we can win big this November.
Absolutely. And to help all those efforts, Scott, now is the time. This is rocket fuel, what happened today. Where do we go to see what Scott Presler's up to and to help?
Thank you. Well, the book is on Amazon. It's called The Persistence. And if you did purchase my book, please leave a review. It really helps leaving a review on there. And then, of course, earlyvoteaction.com, and everything is on social media at Scott Presler. And when you get a second, Dom, do watch the video. It's only 30 seconds long.
We're going to play it coming up here. I don't know. We have to, Henry's going to have to work some miracle to get some of the cursing out.
Yeah.
We may have to work. Wait a minute. We're going to play it, though, Scott. So, Scott, thank you again. Can't thank you enough for the great work you're doing, and to be continued. And hopefully we'll talk with you on Friday as this unfolds.
Yes, I'll text the graphic to you now, and thank you very, very much for having me back.
You are welcome. Scott Presler here on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Henry, whenever you have that ready, not now. We'll have Money Melody, and then, what the heck? I haven't talked to Robert first. One call, then we'll have Money Melody, and then we'll play you this. And Sharon, thank you. Look, I think I'm on top of stuff there, but, Roe with all, oh, my God, the stuff and all. It's the president. You can't go. We're doing this now. There's no risotto here, Mr. Trump.
No soup for you.
Get that in here. I'll just say port is the first part of this place where we were unhappy with.
Oh, boy.
All right. 855-839-1210. You get in. Let's go to Robert in Ben Salem, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Tom, Henry. It's good to talk to you guys today.
Same here.
Wow. In between Pressler and the Money Melody, I'm really moving up in the world.
This is the prime spot of. I mean, you and Zenos are duking it out here for the prime spot. Yes.
I can't duke it out with Zenos. I like him. But, Dom, I have some good news and I have some bad news.
Okay.
The good news is Plattner is going to lose, and I'll tell you why. Maine has a very high proportion of registered independents. 33% of their voters are registered Democrat, 29% are registered Republican, and 36% are registered independent. And in past elections, Susan Collins has won because she was able to pull a slight majority of those independents. And there's no way in hell Plattner is going to eat into the independents. He's probably going to lose independents. I think Susan Collins is going to have her biggest win yet.
Well, the poll out today shows a big gain. That, thank God, sanity is there. And the more you learn about this guy, they're not putting up with it. So you're right on track.
And the bad news is, unfortunately, I think that we're going to not do very well in Bucks County. Fitzpatrick's going to lose and Tomlinson is going to lose. Not because I'm mad at him, but because at least 30% of their Republican base is thoroughly angry at them and will not vote for them.
Well, look, so, I hear that, and this Casey Tomlinson can come on. You know, I'll shut up the rule for 5 minutes and explain her vote.
Dom, I'll tell you what she's going to say because I talked to her.
Okay.
I asked her. I called her office to see if she supported what Fitzpatrick did a couple of weeks ago with the compensation fund. She actually called me back, to her credit.
Okay.
But she was very non-committal. Well, that's a federal issue, and I'm state. And I'm thinking, okay, it's right near election. She probably doesn't want to rock any boats. I get it. Was going to give her the benefit of the doubt. But the school choice vote, it's unforgivable. That's a deal breaker.
It is unforgivable for a Republican to do that. What she's saying is people will not figure it out, and the teachers' union might go soft on her, and she has a chance of surviving. And the other guy, Hogan, he was the staffer of Brian Fitzpatrick.
Well, it's kind of a sour-sweet thing because if you think about it, the only way to get rid of Fitzpatrick is for him to lose now. They're never going to primary him with anybody serious, and if he lost a primary, he could run as an independent and muck everything up. You know what I mean?
Well,
this is the only way to get rid of him.
This is like the existential question I have to take to the mattresses. I'm sending Henry out in Philadelphia, you know. You have to have 15 guys in there eating meatballs and all. Because I've come to a point with Fitzpatrick, as much as Harvey, I can't countenance Fitzpatrick either.
Right. Absolutely. And that's what I mean. That's the only way to get rid of him. And hopefully the Republican Party will run better candidates next time around, you know, somebody we could all support.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'll get to the side question. And it was kind of hard because, you know, New Jersey's right there. Everybody knows a lot about New Jersey. So I kind of went off the rails a little bit. It's a good thing that Jeff Van Drew is running the New Jersey display at the 250th anniversary, because if Mikey Sherrill was running it, the display would consist of a half-completed windmill with a road loop going around it, some empty mail-in ballot boxes, and uneaten Taylor ham. That would be what I would say is a New Jersey display.
All right.
You guys have a great day, Dom.
That is a great one. Daughters of the American Revolution. Now, these are daughters. They reject a trans ban. Okay. This is a pretty famous outfit, and they've rejected a resolution which would have designed to bar male-born transgender people from the Daughters of the American Revolution, which you think are a pretty conservative group. Daughters of the American Revolution. How does a male, born a male biologically, become a member of Daughters of the American Revolution? They've lost their mind. That's the bottom line here. And tomorrow, the Supreme Court is going to say West Virginia, and I forget the other one, 2 states passed laws. No, you're not playing against females in sports. I think it should be 6-3. But given Coney Barrett and Johnny Roberts, we'll see. All right, 855-839-12. The decision of the voting members reflects a considered judgment of the membership assembled at the Continental Congress. It deserves our respect. They reject a ban of biological males who say they're trans from becoming members of the Daughters of the American Revolution. You know, why do this? This is not, you're going to label us with bigotry or prejudice. Don't call yourself Daughters of the American Revolution. Change the name then. We need a new name for this outfit. Right now, though, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Oh, today we're playing for a 4-pack of tickets to see the Reading Phillies versus the Chesapeake Bay Sox. First Energy Stadium in Reading, Pennsylvania. Sunday, August 16th. For tickets, visit readingphillies.com. All right, Henry.
Yeah, Dom. So side question today, we are asking for people or things you associate with New Jersey. I'd say, well, excuse me there. I'd say one of New Jersey's biggest exports of all time is none other than singer Frankie Valli. And one of his most iconic songs is obviously Can't Take My Eyes Off of You. It's, you know, you sing that to serenade somebody.
Ah,
you know,
nicely.
It's one of the ultimate, you know, kind of love songs.
Yes,
if you
of
will.
course.
Yeah. So I'm going to play that song today, but of course it is going to be a cover version of that song.
All right.
I want to know the name of the band covering the song. Some things about this band. This band has a alternative rock kind of sci-fi feel. They're a 2-time Grammy Award winner, and I'd say one of the more iconic things they're known for is destroying their guitar. So the lead guitarist / lead singer actually has the world record for the most guitars destroyed on a single tour. How many do you think he destroyed on a single tour?
500.
No, all right, not that.
It's just so crazy.
It is an insanely high number. It is 140 guitars.
Wow.
In one tour?
In one single tour.
And they're thousands of dollars each.
Yep. Oh, I'm sure he doesn't play with cheap guitars.
Right.
Yeah, right. So, I mean, they better be making billions. I mean, with this guy.
Apparently they're making a lot more than I thought. Yeah, so this band is a lot of success. Like I said, 2-time Grammy Award winner. What had a few name changes along the way before settling on their name. They went by Gothic Plague, Fixed Penalty, and Carnal Mayhem. So yeah, it gives you kind of a taste of what this band is like. So yeah, I want to know this band that loves destroying guitars, and Dan Borowski is a big fan of. So want to know who this is.
Okay, no calling Dan here to get the answer.
Dan can't win.
Yes.
All right, yeah. So I want to know who this is singing "Can't Take My Eyes Off of You." Sci-fi inspired band, 2-time Grammy Award winner, destroyed 140 guitars on a single tour.
I'm not feeling the heart with this guy in this. That he's doing this. It's a strange choice.
Oh yeah, totally.
Wow.
I didn't expect this band to have a cover of this song. It's very random.
What the heck? It's like Krusty the Clown. Yeah, I'll do it. You know, 855-839-1210. Grab a line, get the win, go to the game. Next on Talk Radio 1210.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
Experience matters, especially when you're making an investment in your next vehicle. At Lexus of Cherry Hill, they've built their reputation the right way. Veteran and family owned and operated, and recognized as an 8-time J.D. Power dealer of excellence for the customer sales experience. From the refined Lexus RX to the powerful and capable GX, you'll find performance, luxury, and reliability in every model. Visit Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, doing business the right way. For J.D. Power of excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
250 years have gone into building this great nation. Iron, brick, and stone forming its foundations. Wires carrying the lifeblood of electricity. And pipes delivering the water to our cities. Behold, the strength and scale of American infrastructure. But it only takes a minute for some uninformed homeowner with a shovel to shut it all down. Electricity off. Running water non-existent. And that sewage ain't going nowhere now. Gee, thanks, Bill. Know what's below. And contact PA1 Call before you dig. Visit PA1Call.org.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Bucks County Estate Traders is celebrating 250 years of American craftsmanship and quality. Enjoy the rich history behind many of their over 16,000 pieces of furniture and decor. Complete any room, indoor and outdoor, all with the kind of craftsmanship you just don't find anymore. Right now, everything is 20 to 50% off their 4th of July sale. But hurry, it ends July 7th. Visit their Hatfield showroom or shop online at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
Free speech lives here. With Rich Zioli. Weeknights at 6. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Okay, here is today's clue.
Destroyed 140 guitars on a single tour. Guinness World Record. Want to know this band?
Even though I have no connection to it, no, I despise that. I just another fun fact.
All right, yeah. On top of that, Dom despises this band for that fact.
Yeah, I mean, just the excess.
The outer
of this
clue.
is just, yeah. All right, give me enough manpower. I'll stop stuff like that. Let's go to Danny in Center City on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Danny, what's your answer today?
It's a total guess, Dom, and I'm thinking I'm going to go Nirvana.
Whoa.
All right, good try. I don't
Nice.
think that's unreasonable.
No.
John in Ben Salem. Hey, John, what's yours?
Is it Muse?
Nicely done.
Nicely played, John. So, Henry, a little bit more background there?
Yeah, Muse, band from England, big sci-fi sound. When they got their big break, I guess you could say, in 1994 at a music festival, their lead guitarist and frontman, Matt Bellamy, decided to destroy the guitar he was using as a form of, I guess, protest against the event. And since then, it kind of became a staple within the band to destroy your guitar. And that's why one tour he destroyed 140 guitars.
Unbelievable. All right. Do we, and youtube.com/1210, do we have that sound? Is it doable here?
Yes.
All right. So here's what Scott Presler was talking about. He goes there. He's got the golden ticket, and this sergeant d'armes is having none of it. And he's going to come over and stop Presler from coming to this John Thune event in South Dakota. Here's how it sounded.
Presler, I'm here at the South Dakota State Convention. I have a ticket, and they are saying that I can't come in. So we're going to find out very shortly why I am not being allowed as one of the biggest supporters of President Donald J. Trump.
I'm big on Facebook, too, and I'm the saying you can't come in because guess what? You're posting this little and moan session on Facebook. So you just get the hell out of here. Thank you.
You see how the grassroots are welcomed in Senate Majority Leader Thune's territory. Interesting, my friends. I don't think this is a good reflection of the South Dakota GOP. But I thank him for his honesty, though. What's your Matthew Bruner, Sergeant at Arms?
Matthew Bruner, Sergeant of Arms. I think I saw somewhere he was fired, the Bruner guy, because he's on Facebook, too, and he said, I'm the blank that is making this decision. The Sergeant at Arms. Oh, my God.
Karma's a bitch.
I'm on Facebook. Oh, God. I'm big on Facebook, too. Oh, my goodness. All right. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Hit us on the side today. Thanks to Mike Donahue, Cape May County, Jeff Andrew. New Jersey does have an exhibit booth there. By the way, today is Maha Monday, and the Mahayans are. I'm really interested in this whole food take. On Fox, they were talking about the fact that a lot of the food is kind of what we would call junk food. How would you have that there for Maha Monday? But every time I question some of this stuff, Dawn and I went back and forth on the saturated fat. And if you remember, Henry, the only disagreement I had with RFK Jr. when he was on was the saturated fat stuff. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. And they're trying to convince me, like, well, what are you talking about? But the food was like corn dogs and stuff like this. Now, they made a good point. You can't have kale and hummus at a celebration on Maha Monday. So the spin is, well, if you're celebrating, you can indulge in whatever you want. Yes, I agree with that. But does that mean every day you can be, what are these Maha people? They're getting disgruntled. Tough group to keep in line. We had the one woman, I wouldn't bring her on again. You just antagonistic with everything. That farmers should never be able to use pesticide. I don't know how they could farm that. Now, the excess of it, there's a big Roundup story out there, and I think there's a lot of evidence around the Roundup, and I see why they think the Trump administration let them down on that, cancer causing and all the argument. So it's a tough alliance to keep all these different groups that Trump won with. But RFK Jr. did bring a lot of people, and I still think he's going to run for president in 2028. Why would he not? I saw him doing the pull-ups again today in a full suit, and it looked like he did about 15 or so.
Did he outdo Triple H?
Yeah, Triple H was
Rey
with
Mysterio?
him. WWE and Triple H is not looking so good. Wow.
I think, what is he, his 50s? He's got to be. I think he looks pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, considering he slammed himself on a mat for 20 years.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And Jeff Andrew was there with him.
Yeah.
In Atlantic City, in a casino or something, talking Maha. So there you go. President Trump, all out, renewing pressure to pass the Save America Act. Look, John Thune and these little rhinos in the Senate, they're not going to cave in on this. So what is it? And this is a tough question. Look, I'm convinced. Look at Plattner in Maine. I'm convinced that the midterms are winnable. The problem is, what is it that Republicans have to excite people to come out? These low propensity voters, the whole thing and all. I don't see Trump doing all these rallies. He says he's on the ballot. I don't know that works. They're doing some stuff on affordability. It's all that. The redistricting, the Supreme Court decision, those have helped. If tomorrow the Supreme Court goes against what I think their instinct is and says, you know what? Ever since Henry I started in talk radio, people would bring up birthright citizenship. And I agree, it's crazy. The chain of people, 50 or 100 people that can come here because some woman got over the border, had a child here in like Dallas where this happens all the time, and suddenly you're a citizen. It wasn't intended to do that. Everybody knows that. But when you're staring down the barrel of Amy Coney Barrett and John Roberts, two of them are going to, they will not differ. I predict right now. Now, if they go for it on this, I'll be shocked. I'll even be more shocked if one of them goes and the other doesn't. So right there, if the two of them go the way that I think, that's a 5-4 on this. If tomorrow we got the end to birthright citizenship by the Supreme Court, that might be something that stirs people, that we say, apparently Trump shutting down the border is not enough. What is it Republicans are going to offer that will say to people, be excited to come out and vote? When Mike Johnson was on with me, thanks to Ryan McKenzie, he said, they're crazy, we're not. Yeah, that's a good catchphrase from Newt Gingrich, and I agree with it. But what is the excitement factor? I know people listening are going to vote because they realize the stakes. But remember, elections are won around the edges. And around the edges, we know what these mobs want. They want to come out and show their anti-Semitism, their Trump derangement syndrome. They want to come out and try to overwhelm us in places like Bucks County even. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Let's talk for a moment about low testosterone. Oh, boy, how I kid about that with the producer's test, right? That doesn't just affect libido. It can actually drain energy, endurance, and confidence before most men realize what's happening. You start feeling it everywhere, in the gym, on the stairs, even how you move through the day. That's why Rescue created 2 powerful formulas for ultimate male vitality, both available this Men's Health Month as buy one, get 2 more completely free. Prime RX promotes healthy testosterone levels, stamina, strength, and focus, while ActiveFlex supports flexible joints and muscle recovery so movement and performance feel natural again. Go to res-q.com, use that code FEELSTRONG. Buy 1 bottle of Prime RX or ActiveFlex and get 2 more free. Or call that product consultant right now, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Move stronger, recover faster, shop online, and get 2 free bottles at res-q.com. Use that code, Feel Strong.
Saw a t-shirt recently that said too much of anything is bad, unless we're talking about bacon. Now, we can debate that all day long, right? But the point is, portion control is a good thing. That can also be said about your retirement accounts. Too much risk, and you could get burned by a down market. Too conservative, and maybe you can't take that Alaskan cruise. Alan Cohen at Spectrum Wealth Partners understands portion control. He can build a retirement plan with a level of protection and risk designed specifically for you. And if you don't want any risk at all, he can do that too. Call Alan Cohen today for a free meeting to discuss it. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. BABBEL.com.
Weather is sponsored by Ashley Furniture.
A few clouds overnight. Tomorrow, not as warm. It'll be humid with periods of rain, possibly a thunderstorm too, with a high of only 76. It's much warmer on Sunday with a high of 84. Possible thunderstorm in the afternoon. Monday, high 89. Mostly sunny.
Shop now and celebrate Ashley's 250 hours of savings event. Save up to 20% on all furniture or take advantage of 60 months no interest financing. Plus, score incredible $250 doorbusters. You'll find unbeatable value on the styles you love during Ashley's 250 hours of savings event. Happening now.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It is Dom time. Welcome inside question today. Something associated with New Jersey, given the New Jersey exhibit is on due to Cape May County and Jeff Van Drew. By the way, great column at Broad and Liberty. We'll get into it throughout the week. Headline, The Pope and the National Constitution Center. So Pope Leo is being honored with the 2026 Liberty Medal this July 4th. What has this Pope done to earn this high honor? Well, it's obvious it's his antagonism toward President Trump. When you look at the people who have won the award over the years, it's pretty obvious where their bias is. I don't care. Even Republicans seem to go along with this. And he's not coming here to pick up the award. Think about it. The Villanova nonsense with this guy, the Chicago nonsense. Oh, he's the first American Pope. The 250th anniversary of America. And he gets the Liberty Medal. And yet, he can't deign to come to Philadelphia for any of that. You know what it's about. He's sending a message. It's about Trump. And I think he'll only come here when he sees an opportunity to stick it to Trump in some way, shape, or form, or President Trump is no longer president. So stop all the Villanova stuff with this guy. I'm sick of it. Stop all the nonsense. First American Pope. He is what we feared him to be. He keeps on, and the worst, other than the immigration stuff, the Iranians of all people, lecturing, carping constantly about having to talk with him. if anything, you know it and I know it, we have talked too much to the Iranians. They're still doing their nonsense. What would provoke them to attack during this ceasefire? What would provoke them? We know what would provoke. They're the Iranian leadership. That's what they do. That's what they're about. They're evil. They're a menace, given several factors, oil, Strait of Hormuz, etc. And that's what we're facing. So maybe we should bring the Pope in to negotiate this. Can you imagine? And, it's under the idea that, well, good will triumph in the end against evil. Well, not in this life necessarily. I'd bet on the Iranians in this situation, negotiating with the Pope. What would he offer them that we have not offered? Well, why can't, I think this guy might deep down, well, I'm against all nuclear weapons, but if you have them, why can't they? But imagine the just sheer rudeness of this. 250th anniversary. But this is all part of it. It's to make this tepid because Trump is involved. He's just part of what's going on here. All right, let's go to Michael in Wilmington. Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Michael.
Hey, Dom. How are you, my good sir? It's good to talk with you again.
Same here, Michael.
Yeah, good to hear you got some good weather and a good vacation down at the Jersey Shore minus the risotto debacle. Sorry to hear about that. Darn.
Whenever I get Ro on, oh, man, you don't want to be on that side of it. She's the sweetest, nicest, but no risotto for you. And the guy comes over and says, well, madam, risotto doesn't keep, and you can't just have risotto here.
Oh, that must have got her pissing more.
Oh, man, that's it. Yes.
I know that. I'm surprised. That could have been an epic meltdown down.
You could have brought Julia Child. You could have brought Julia Child out of the kitchen, and it would have been a fight. Yes.
Dom, I just wanted to quickly Henry got me thinking this whole question about Jenny being a villain. I don't know. I know we don't have a ton of time, but I see it differently. I just want to quickly, I see her as being a very traumatic character, somebody who suffered really horrific sexual and physical abuse, especially as a little girl. And I think that's what's important for, as the argument here, whether she was a little boy or little girl. Once there's sexual or physical abuse, that's what causes the cycle of trauma, right? Like her choices as she got older. I think she posed nude when she was in college. She had her drug addiction. She ran with a bunch of really bad people and had some very, very, very bad choices. And anytime that she saw Forrest, she never wanted to stay with him, even though he offered her safety, is because she was just so broken, right? I mean, I think that was her whole character. She was such a broken person.
All right. Henry's got a lot more to say. This is these guys are good at setting up these debates. Oh, yeah.
No, it's compelling. I definitely want to hear what Henry has to say. I just think real quick, just to wrap, I don't want to take a lot of time, but at the end, when she had the son and no one knew that she had AIDS, is when she felt she could give Forrest her son, knowing that she was going to die and she could leave her son with someone who was safe and innocent, who was not going to hurt her boy.
Absolutely.
And I really look at her
Michael,
as a very tragic.
This AIDS stuff, I don't know. I must have been at sea sanitizing her. I never remembered that it was distinctly AIDS.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it was, but I mean, there was that one part in the movie she was shooting up drugs. I mean, it appeared just, again, maybe I'm making this up. It appeared that something she had was very, very sick where, once they got together, within a month or two, at least in the movie, she had passed away. So it was pretty quick.
I think it was hepatitis C in one. Now, I don't know why they're doing that with hepatitis C versus AIDS. Does AIDS make her worse or hepatitis C better? I've read that in several categories,
Okay.
Yeah.
What's your side? I mean, I'll let you and Henry kind of chat about that when I get off the line. But my side was, I was thinking something really good at the booth for Jersey was to have an official state aroma. So salt air, the Jersey salt air mixed with Turnpike refinery, a little bit of both.
The candle. That's the Jersey candle.
Yeah.
That's what the smell would be.
Yep.
Yep.
It'd be a good candle. You'd go in this booth and they just blast you with salt air, and then they blast you with Turnpike refinery, a little bit of both. You get like a nice aroma of both as you're standing there.
I got to say, that's going to be hard to beat in my mind. That's a pretty good combination. Yeah.
Compelling on all
That
ends.
opens up a side question, the candle aromas that we'll have to, not just Jersey,
what's the
but
next
somewhere
Yankee
else.
candle?
Yeah, the next way to do that. So, Henry, I know you're going to save it. You can hold it in for now, but the villain thing. But go ahead.
No, it's just Michael used the Guy Shiraki defense. I mean, she got abused as a kid, and that, excuses all her behavior for after that. And I just don't see it that way. I understand it. It changes you, irrevocably. But, like, you can't – he said the word broken. If you're broken, can you not be fixed? Can you not be saved? Did it take you all the way until getting – AIDS and you knew you were dying to do it? I just feel like there was a lot of middle ground there we missed.
Okay, fair enough. And I think it's hepatitis C. You can see my angle of attack.
C, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
You couldn't come to Jesus before then?
Oh, jeez.
All right. Oh, man, this is going to be a tent revival at Mulligan's. All right, it is the lightning round. That's a tough one, but you might have a better one. Something that is definitively person, place, or thing, Jersey. Next on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers, now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle. Oh, there's a robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Dawn here. With gas prices on top of everyone's minds right now, what about a hybrid? There are a lot of gas-saving options available from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. The Honda hybrid lineup includes the Accord, the Civic, or the CR-V SUV. Take advantage right now of 2.99% financing, 36 months, or 3.99% for 60 months on the CR-V. Experience award-winning hybrid performance today. Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. PIA-ZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, I got the side tomorrow. Be ready for somehow or another. Ben Simmons just reporting he's coming back to the NBA, and Philadelphia might be his landing spot.
Nope.
Got to do something with that. We got to craft that into something. You can send me a suggestion.
I'll take Malik Beasley, who just got indicted to go to prison today. I'll take him instead of Ben.
On point shaving, yes. That might be it. Who would you rather, All right. The Earl of Tacony, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl.
Hey, Dom. So today's side question is, what would be a good display at the State Fair 250 down in Washington, D.C., representing New Jersey? Now, I know how you have a pet peeve against self-serve and you can't pump your own gas in Jersey. So they ought to have one of those Coke freestyle machines. And you go and you get your Garden State America 250 commemorative cup. And when you go to the machine to get your soda, you got to hand the cup to some guy so he can fill the cup for you.
Very nice. Very nice. That's exactly what it's like. Let's go to Bill in Bucks on Talk Radio 1210, rising to the defense of Brian Fitzpatrick. Hi, Bill.
Yeah, welcome back, Dom.
Well, big fact. When is the reorganization again? Linda Mitchell and all that stuff. When's that happening?
It's done. It's a done deal. It happened Saturday. Congratulations to Ted Christian and chair, and Linda Mitchell was the vice chair of the Bucks County Republican Committee.
Oh, okay. Well, those are two.
So there's a new sheriff in town.
Yes, those are two drivers of this. I don't know Christian as much, but Linda Mitchell I do. So we'll see.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see what happens. In part, I agree with Robert from Ben Salem, but I believe Fitzpatrick will win. He'll squeak it out. You know, he's got the FOP, he's got unions, he's got a lot of independence, as you know, and other things. So I think, you know, since Harvey was slightly damaged in the primary by Lucia Simonelli, who ran against him in the primary.
How was he damaged?
She put out she put out hard mailers. I mean, she put out a mailer that accused him of blankety blank or blank. It was Guido, whatever it is.
Well, the thing of it is, though, the only thing here is, are we going to see the turnout of the base of Republicans here? We know the Democrats are going to turn out. That's the only thing.
The Democrat turnout in the primary was astonishing.
Yep.
Shapiro got 68,000 votes here in Bucks County. Stacey Garrity got 38,000. So you tell me what it looked like. You know?
Well, that's what the trick is. Yep.
They're facing not only headwinds in November, but turbulence. Trust me. It's not going to be simple. So I think they're going to have 2 House seats in PA lost. Yeah, and Casey will be one of them, and I think Joe Hogan will be the other.
Okay. All right. But go ahead, Bill. What's your side?
My side is a famous place in Seaside Heights, New Jersey, that was the site of the MTV Snooki and Gang.
Seaside Heights, yeah, absolutely. And Snooki, for the record, is not what?
Not Italian?
That's exactly right. Yeah. We're not putting that in the ledger. We already have to deal with Nancy Pelosi. We're not taking another one. That's a disgrace. Snooki's Portuguese, I believe.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
And she did get $32,000 to speak at Rutgers.
Wow.
Just on what Jersey's all about. I think it was 32, could have been 34.
I saw someone paid her for a meet and greet and then posted on social media like he went on a date with Snooki. that might be even worse.
Wow. Joe in Exton. Joe, good afternoon.
Cue theme song.
Yes, hello, Dom.
Hello, Joe.
Good afternoon, and welcome back to the Dom Show.
Well, thank you, Joe, very much.
For my side answer, Jersey has 2 universities of renown, Rutgers and Princeton.
All right. Yeah, definitely. I would agree with you, Joe, about staying classic.
And brand.
All its on brand.
Never high institutions of learning. They have Rutgers. You know, Nicole Palizzi, Snooki speaking at them.
Yeah, for $32,000. And what was the bill for DoorDash with the food and all for football players? Was it $450,000?
Oh yeah, it was 6 figs.
Yeah, exactly. Figs. Oh yeah, we got to do that. Yeah, put it on there. Yeah. Whatever happened, I can't do everything, Henry, and you were on this too. We try to tell these Jersey people what happened to your Doge. That was the number one thing, and they just didn't do it.
Yep.
Got to put it all in one place.
What happened? That's a good point.
Yeah, Bruce in the Northeast. Hey, Bruce, afternoon.
Don, how you been, man?
Whoa, wait a minute. You guys don't know. This is a refugee from another planet. Bruce, how have you been?
Long time, man.
Well, get Dan on the bat phone. Where have you been?
Oh, I've been here and there. You know, I wanted to spend more time with my family. That's what they always say. You know?
Well, welcome back. We mean that sincerely. People ask that all the time.
Yeah, I've been all right. How's your hair doing there?
Well, that, of course, is unquestionable. Just take a look on YouTube any day.
Right.
Now, down the shore, there was an incident. We forgot to bring the blow dryer. I went without a blow dryer for 3 or 4 days.
Whoa.
It was as bad as the risotto. That's never going to happen again. I put a blow dryer in the car. It just stays there. We'll never forget.
Yeah, you'd have to get in front of the fan and stand in front of the fan.
What's your side,
you know,
Bruce?
you mentioned that group that smashed the guitars. They should have smashed that record while they were at it, by the way.
Yeah, nicely played.
That version of that was terrible. You know?
Nicely played.
Who's your side, Bruce?
Yeah, my side is like a 3-point thing. It's you have your booth set up with there, and you have a big stash of Jersey tomatoes, and then you have a big cutout of Bruce Springsteen, and you charge a couple dollars to throw the tomatoes at Springsteen, and then you use that money to eliminate the beach fees program.
Nicely played. Well, it's great to have Bruce back. Let's squeeze Zenos in. Little low on time, Zenos, but afternoon. Good to hear from you.
Good afternoon, Dom, and welcome back to the Dom Show.
Well, thank you.
Mine, Dom, it's real fast. It has to be the debacle that went on with Governor McGreevey and the lie he portrayed it on his wife.
Yeah, well, I think she was in on it. I'll say that type of thing. All I remember is Cody, who took over as governor. The chapter in his book was, McGreevy's gay, you're governor. That was the title of the chapter.
God, nice.
He also paid, Henry, one of the producers in a costume to block me in basketball when we had a thing going on.
Oh, really?
That takes balls.
Chuck Wepner was in the game.
Right, yeah.
Fran Dunphy, people like that. Yeah, and I'm having a guy trying to grab me all the time there. He paid him $50. All right, what do you say, Kirk?
Hands down, Michael from Wilmington with
I see
with
that.
The
Well, I like Bruce's too, though. But Henry?
Yeah, I don't know what happened where people started creating ideas for a booth down at the National
I know,
Mall
right.
or for the convention.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So yeah, I'll take Michael Wilmington with the State Aroma, Earl with the someone pouring your soda
That was
for you.
perfect,
and then
too.
Bruce
Yeah.
at the end there at the trifecta.
All three good ones.
Yeah.
All right, let's go with Michael in Wilmington.
Woo-hoo.
His name
Nice.
goes into the hat. Ideas, we got to play with Ben Simmons tomorrow. Come on now. There's got to be
Well,
something
Ben Simmons
about-
doesn't play with anybody.
Well,
so
that's true. There's got to be some angle there about people coming back to Philadelphia. Who would you really like or not like? And we might go with both to come back to Philadelphia. If there's enough, we're working on it. That's how the ideas work. Mary Walters next on the afternoon show for 3 big hours. Follow me on Twitter at DomShow1210. Kudos to Henry and Kirk today. Great producing to get all of these guests on, including Scott Presler and a cast of thousands. This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb